All right, board members, good evening. It is 6 o'clock, and so I call this meeting of the Granville County Board of Education to order. We do have a quorum. All of our board members are present this evening. We thank you for coming out for that. Ms. Anderson, will you begin with our invocation tonight?
All right, let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, first I want to thank you for your continued grace and mercy. And I also thank you, Lord, for allowing us to come together once again as we seek to serve our community of the Granville County Public School System. We ask for your loving arms of protection around us, that you be with us this evening as we seek to do your will, carrying out the requirements of our board for the public school system. Continue to be with us, rule, direct, and abide us. And we ask these things in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Dr. Houlihan, will you lead our Pledge of Allegiance?
If everybody would stand and join, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you both for that. This evening we'll begin. Dr. McLean, do you have any adjustments or changes to the agenda?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman. No adjustments at this time.
All right. Board members, do you have adjustments or changes? All right. Seeing none, the agenda stands as presented. First up this evening, we'll have our special recognitions. The beginning is we get to recognize one of our high schools. So, Dr. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to call to the podium one of our very own principals, Principal Jackie Harris. Principal Harris, will you come to the podium and stand, please, and accept this recognition on behalf of your school? I'd like to give these comments this evening. The North Carolina State Board of Education and Office of the State Superintendent have recognized Granville Early College for excellence in achieving a very special accomplishment. For the 2021 school year, it has been confirmed that our Granville Early College High School graduated 100% of their students once again, well, for the first time ever. This is a huge accomplishment in the midst of the pandemic. We are most proud of your school, your students, and your faculty and staff. This remarkable achievement was made possible through the strong leadership of you, Principal Jackie Harris, and your team of outstanding and hardworking educators working together with the students of that school to realize their full potential. We salute this evening the staff of Granville Early College High School and congratulate the students on this big accomplishment. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to Principal Jackie Harris and her students. Principal Harris, is there anything you'd like to say?
It's all about the teachers at that school and the families that work together with us to make sure that the students continue to receive success. I give credit where it's due. It's to that staff.
Thank you. We've received this, and we will make certain to get this award to you and your school. Thank you so very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Our next recognition is for some educators reaching their national board certification. Madam Superintendent.
This is a wonderful award as well. At this time, I turn it over to Ms. Angela Cogdill. Will you please come to the podium and help recognize these incredible teachers in our school system?
Good evening, Board Chair Richardson, Vice Chair LeBrecq, board members, Dr. McLean, and the administrative team. It's such a great time to come together this evening for recognizing 7 of our teachers who just renewed their national board certification. We all know that students deserve accomplished teachers who are equipped to prepare them for success in today's world. National board standards and national board certification gives teachers and schools the tools to define and measure teaching excellence. Similar to certifications in the field of medicine, national board certification is a rigorous, peer-reviewed process that ensures that national board certified teachers have proven skills to advance student achievement. National Board is an advanced teaching credential and a standards-based assessment. Tonight, we recognize 7 renewal candidates whose score reflects the degree to which the assessors were able to locate clear, consistent, and convincing evidence that meeting National Board certification standards were met according to their specific content area. As part of the process, teachers must analyze their teaching, context and students' needs, and provide student work samples that demonstrate growth and achievement. Tonight, we recognize teachers who renewed their advanced license to retain this distinct credential in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. These teachers were part of an ever-changing process by National Board, as we all were learning together about remote learning, pivoting, extensions, and deferments, but this didn't deter their success of completing their National Board renewal. At this time, we'd like to recognize and celebrate you in your journey for advancing your teaching practice and impacting the student learning of Granville County Public School students. Our students are real beneficiaries for these teachers. Thank you for your work, your commitment in these toughest of times. Let's give these 7 teachers a round of applause before they come forth to receive their appreciation token. At this time, we're going to recognize these 7. Megan Belshaw of Mount Energy Elementary School is being recognized but unable to attend this evening. Michael Carroll, J.F. Webb High School. Please come forward. Congratulations, Coach Carroll.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Appreciate you. Bridget Craddock from Creedmoor Elementary School of the Arts, who had a prior commitment to tonight. Jennifer Chrisman Klesick from South Granville High School. I'm not sure if Jennifer made it in. They were celebrating seniors who are graduating tomorrow, so she was unsure if she was going to be able to make it in time. So we'll get that for her. Carol Griffin, J.F. Webb High School.
Congratulations. I just wanted to say that to her. And my special talk to her, she actually taught my daughter in high school.
Oh. Chris Lees, Stovall Shaw Elementary School. And Stacy Splees, who is itinerant but based at Butner STEM Elementary School. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Cogdale. Next is our superintendent's report. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How incredible. We are so proud of each of those teachers and Principal Jackie Harris. This evening, I'd also like to welcome some individuals to our board meeting. I'd like to welcome our interim sheriff, John Harding. Will you wave your hand, please? Welcome to our meeting tonight. Thank you so much for being here. I would also like to welcome our new Aig Coordinator, Ms. Becky Bishop. Will you wave your hand and stand so we can see you? Thank you so much for being here tonight. So happy to have you. And attending to tonight's matters in the meeting, we'd like to welcome Attorney Murchison, who is sitting in for Attorney Eva Dubison tonight. Thank you so very much for being with us tonight for the meeting. I will now begin. Good evening, Chairman Richardson, members of our Board of Education, guests in our gallery, and our viewing audience. I'd like to begin by saying Happy New Year and welcome to our first regularly scheduled board meeting for the year 2022. The year has certainly come in loud and clear. Tonight, I would like to salute once again all of our red carpet honorees for a job well done in their respective areas. Hats off once again to each of them. I would also like to thank many in our community, our business partners, our community leaders, our faith-based community members, and those who took care of our children and educators, along with our district and families, for many of the needs and wants during the previous holiday season. From school supplies to clothes, please know I've heard the reports, and you made many children and educators feel special, and our school system would like to thank you. I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to Pastor Steve Hargrove, many PTA and PTO organizations, and White Rock Missionary Baptist Church families for supplying breakfast to every single principal and district staff member in our district prior to the break. We appreciate your enthusiasm and the big country breakfast you supplied as we all prepare to get ready for second semester. I'm also proud to share that our various morning news shows are up and running exceptionally well across the district. Also, our social media concerning academics being spread across the district, which was a goal of ours this year, is out and doing exceptionally well. We are pleased that our clubs, such as coding clubs, chorus, band, STEM, and so much more, are off and running. And none of this is smoke and mirrors. It's all very, very real. And the result of a great deal of hard work by some incredible students and educators, caring community volunteers and parents. And tonight, we say thank you to each and every one of you. As I wrote in my Friday memo to our staff, from 3 different weather events in one day to the extraordinary ever-changing protocols that have occurred at least 3 times since last week alone concerning quarantine and health regulations, our school system is experiencing change like never before, and everyone is to be commended for transitioning into the new year as well as can be expected. While we don't always agree, and I don't always like having to make some of the decisions that come our way, I would like to take a moment of personal privilege to say thank you to everyone, from our employees to our parents, for everything you're doing to help navigate the precedented and the unprecedented COVID-19 territory that confronts all of us daily and causes concerns in both the areas of teaching and learning, as well as health and safety. We are all working hard to balance things as best we can, and we appreciate each and every one of you. Despite the challenges, I must say our amazing employees have been magnificent and are appreciated for a job well done, from classroom coverage to volunteering to just go above and beyond. I want to say thank you. To our students who have returned for second semester, incredibly focused, thank you. And to our parents and guardians who navigate on the home front daily, know that we see you and we appreciate your partnership as tough decisions are made daily. Thank you. Now I would like to share that tomorrow is a very special day in Granville County Public Schools. Why is it special? Well, because it is our winter graduation day, whereby we plan to graduate 49 graduates. This is very special in that we will also be graduating our very first Cadence Academy student. I would like to be the first to say congratulations to all winter graduates and commend each of you on a job well done. So whether you are graduating early or right on time for your own schedule, please know Granville County Public Schools is proud of you. This month, our Parent University programming is back up and running, and we will be offering an array of important offerings yet again. Please do not miss out on the sessions if you are in need of them. Everything from resume writing to helping your youngster do well in school. We are here to serve you. Please reach out to Ms. Terilyn Hester for questions and more information. We are excited about this winter and spring's agenda for our district. You will be hearing more about our task force work, our CTE work, our Night of Kindness event, and the Evening of Excellence, along with so much more that will occur this spring. So please stay tuned. We plan to do everything safely, but our hope is to always find a way to live with this ever-morphing thing called COVID. Tonight's agenda is rich, modified, and full of information for public consumption. I am especially thrilled about the unveiling of our new district website and the clean audit presentation for yet another year. I would like to welcome Mr. Dale Smith, who will be making that presentation in just a few moments. Both communication and transparency remain important, and it is my hope that tonight's agenda provides both. I invite our audiences to join us for any and all shared this evening. Mr. Chair, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Board members, do you have questions for the superintendent? All right, seeing none, we'll move forward. I too would like to welcome you back from I hope you had a good winter break. Now that we've settled into second semester, we have lots of things going on. As we can tell, all of our academics are already in full swing, and we have lots of goals that we are trying to meet for second semester. I'm very excited to congratulate again our newly board certified teachers. As we invest in those educators and they invest in our children, we invest in our community. Also, I'm excited to say that this graduation that we will hold tomorrow for winter graduation will be our largest yet. Am I correct about that?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So it'll be our largest winter graduation. So we are very excited to celebrate with those that have made that extra commitment to finishing that target. I would like to, as I close my remarks, speak to our educators, our students, our families, our community, that as you have reached out to us and you have shared your concerns with us, you have asked us questions, some of you have even proposed solutions. I would encourage you to continue to bring us workable solutions to the things that you see going on around you. This is something that not only the 7 of us or the executive staff or even just the staff of Granville County Public Schools can accommodate. This is a community effort to make Granville County Public Schools the very best it is. So again, thank you for the opportunity to serve you in this new year. We look forward to seeing what this semester holds. And as we reach these goals, things that we get to celebrate, such as Granville Early College's recent celebration, these student graduates, these new teachers, that as we are cheerleaders for the district, we hold our staff accountable, we hold our children accountable, as well as ourselves accountable to make sure that we're trying to strive and reach the goals to be the very best at empowering every student every day. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to serve you. I do have one item of action coming from my chair report tonight. Board members, you will have received your committee assignments and special assignments for the year. There was one adjustment to that made. We inadvertently had left Dr. McLean off from the economic task force, so we made that correction. That is now correct on board docs. And so I would like to bring this to you for action and would entertain a motion if you would approve these committee assignments.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve with the correction.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Mr. Peace and a second by Ms. LeBrecq to approve the committee assignments as presented. Is there any further discussion? All right. Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. All right. Those committee assignments will stay in force until December later on this year. At this time, board members, we move to the reports from board members. You will see in board docs there have been 2 committees that have met, our Finance Committee and our Operations Committee. You see the meeting notice and the minutes there listed. They will both be bringing you action items later on in the meeting. I would ask board members, do you have anything to report individually from meetings you've been to or things you have been involved in? All right, seeing none, we now come to item 5.03, our audit report presentation. And so we'd like to recognize Ms. Day, our Assistant Superintendent for Finance, Mr. Dale Smith of Anderson, Smith, and White, our auditors.
Good evening, board members. Tonight we have a presentation on the June 30th, 2021 fiscal year audit. The audit firm of Anderson, Smith, and White performed that audit. Their firm performs audits for more than 50 school boards across the state. Mr. Dale Smith is our audit partner in the firm, and as customary, Mr. Smith met prior to this meeting on December 13th with the chair, vice chair, superintendent, and myself as an audit exit meeting. But tonight, Mr. Smith will give an overview of the audit, the results, and take any questions. So I will turn it over to Mr. Smith.
Okay, good evening, board members. I hope all of you are doing well. I think each of you should have already received a electronic copy of the audited financial statements. And you should have also received a shorter, condensed summary version of the financial statements. And that's what I plan to go over with you this evening. The actual financial statements are pretty lengthy. I think they're around 70 pages long. So we've prepared the summary version, and it includes the areas of the audit report that we feel like are of the most importance to you all in overseeing the finances and the budgets of the school district. Our audit covers two main areas that we're required to issue reports on, the financial statement section and the compliance section. And within the detailed financial statements, there are 4 reports we issued pertaining to these two audit sections. And if you turn to page 1 of the financial statement summary, you've got a listing of those 4 letters and the status of those letters in the report.
Board members, it's the document that says 99 at the first of the title that he's going over.
Okay. Yeah, that's it right there. Okay, and the report on the financial statements is the first letter. And for the financial statement section, we perform an audit of the actual finances of the school system, which includes the amounts and the financial disclosures that you see in the report. And in auditing the finances of the school system, we perform various procedures to ascertain ourselves that the financial statements are free from any material misstatements and can be relied upon. And as noted on the summary here, this letter is a clean, unmodified report, which is exactly what the board wants to receive. And it does in fact mean that we feel as though the financial statements are reliable and free from any sort of material misstatement. And the next 3 reports pertain to the compliance section of the audit. And these 3 reports relate to various detailed testing we have to perform on the internal controls of the district and the district's compliance with applicable state and federal laws and regulations. And this primarily relates to the state and federal grant funding that flows through the district. And we were required to perform more extensive compliance testing this past year due to all of the federal COVID funding that flowed through the district. And we're happy to report that these 3 letters, as noted, it's still on that first page, the report on internal control and compliance, the report on major federal programs, and the report on major state programs. All 3 of those letters are also clean, unmodified reports. And basically these letters let you know that we didn't note any improper use of state or federal grant funding, and we feel as though the district's finances were expended in accordance with the budgets that were approved and adopted by the Board of Education. So all 4 of these letters identified on this page are the highest level of assurance that a school system can receive in an audit of its financial statements. Okay, let's go over to page 2 and we'll look at the district's general fund. And page 2 shows a 3-year summary of the district's general fund. It includes the balance sheet at the top and the revenues and expenditures of the general fund at the bottom. And you can see at the top that ending cash balances, looking at the first column, which is June 30th, 2021, that's highlighted. Cash balances were $8,288,344 at year end, which comprised the majority of the total assets of $8,308,625. Liabilities total $311,110. And if you take your assets minus your liabilities, you get the district's ending fund balance, which was $7,997,515 at June 30th. And this amount represents an increase of approximately $799,000 over the amount of fund balance that was reported at June 30th, 2020. Now, of that amount, you see a line titled Assigned Fund Balance of $860,518, and this amount represents the amount of fund balance that the board has that's allocated to balance your current year operating budget, fiscal year 21-22. And this leaves the district with a fund balance of $7.1 million that's shown as unassigned fund balance. And this amount represents approximately 9.2% of the district's total governmental fund expenditures. And we do feel as though that this is a reasonable amount for a district this size to carry in its unassigned fund balance. And due to COVID-19, it was an unusual budget year for the district. Since students were not in the classroom much of the year, there were expenses that y'all had budgeted for that you ended up not having to pay out, such as for transportation, utilities, with the classes not being operational. And then you had other areas where costs actually increased, but you received all of the federal grant funding that was able to be used to help offset those costs. So the combination of those two factors are primarily what led the district to be able to increase its fund balance last year. And virtually every district that we audited last year saw their fund balances increase for those same exact reasons. And the thing that we've been cautioning board members about is that, with inflation increasing, as I'm sure everyone's heard about, you've got rising healthcare costs, retirement, utilities, fuel, all of those costs have been going up. And we feel as though the district should be trying to build up their fund balance during this time, because once those federal COVID funds expire, I think that's going to hit the districts a little harder when they're having to rely on strictly their local fund balance to get them through and to balance budgets with. So, but again, we do feel as though the fund balance is at a good level for a district this size. Did anyone have any questions about the general fund before we move on? Okay, we've got several graphs and other pages that we'll skip over. Let's go to page 8 and look at the school food service fund. All right, in the school food service program, if you look at the first column down at the bottom, last number, you can see the program reported a slight profit for the year of $5,397. And if you look over in the June 30, 2020 column, you can see it reported a loss in the previous year of $178,353 for a year-over-year improvement of about $184,000. The improvement includes the program also paying full indirect cost of $349,000 last year. And it was just a few years ago that the program was not financially stable enough to pay indirect cost. And indirect cost, that goes into the district's local bank account to help cover overhead costs incurred by the child nutrition program, such as utilities, maintenance, and administrative salaries. And as would be expected, current year revenues decreased significantly from the prior year due to the pandemic and the remote learning environment. However, management was able to more than offset the decline in revenues with cuts in expenditures, which helped to create this $184,000 favorable year-over-year improvement in profitability for the program. Cash balances increased to $968,000 at year end, and I think hopefully with students back in school, the program should see revenues start to increase in this current year. But I think overall the program is in good financial shape and, again, able to pay full indirect cost, which we don't see everywhere that we go. So, again, I think the program is making good progress. Anyone have any questions about the child nutrition program? All right, let's go over to page 11. Let's see, one more page. And we've got a summary, findings and question costs. And you can see that the district had no findings or question costs reported for the year ended June 30th, 2021. And in fact, there's not been any reported the past 3 years. And if talking about those letters earlier, the 3 letters that dealt with the state and federal grant funding and findings related to internal control, those letters would have been modified if we had findings. And as I mentioned earlier, those letters were all clean, unmodified reports. And this page here just shows that we did not have any findings or question costs or anything of that nature. So again, I think this speaks very highly of your finance staff and your directors, anyone that's got responsibility for overseeing budgets and ensuring that funds are being expended the way that they're supposed to be expended. And on page 12 through 14 is what we call a required communications letter. And this is a 3-page letter that we're required to issue to the board. And it discusses that there were no difficulties or disagreements encountered in dealing with management during the audit. There were no uncorrected misstatements noted, and there were no reportable issues noted during the audit. So this letter is basically boilerplate and is what we would consider a clean required communications letter. So overall, the audit went very smoothly. We were very pleased with what we saw from an audit standpoint. I think you all are doing an excellent job of overseeing the finances and ensuring that the district doesn't spend money that it doesn't have. And I'd like to thank Ms. Day and her staff for their efforts in helping us to get the audit completed. I think they continue to do an excellent job of managing the finances of the district, maximizing the state and federal funding that flows through the district. Y'all really do have a well-run finance department, and again, it's been a pleasure working with everyone here. Was there anything I didn't go over that someone had a question about that they wanted me to touch on?
Don't think so. Madam Superintendent, would you like to add anything?
I would like to say thank you to Mrs. Day and our finance department for a job well done. This is not a first for us in Granville County Public Schools. This has happened consecutive years, and that speaks volumes within itself. So I'd like to thank you for once again doing our audit for us. But what I think is most amazing is that Ms. Day said it best. This is the work, a compilation of work from what happens in our schools. It's then translated to the district level, and our district gets to tout that we are compliant. I want to say that loud and clear, compliant, and that we have clearance once again with a clean audit in Granville County Public Schools, thanks to the hard work by many under the leadership of our fearless leader in finance, Ms. Beth Day. And I'd like to salute and honor her at this time.
Thank you, Dr. McLean. I would just echo what you said. It's a lot of people's hard work, and we have some really hard-working, dedicated staff, and I just certainly appreciate all of the work that they do. So, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you
Mr.
all.
Smith, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Y'all have a great evening.
All right, that's a good way to start the meeting.
Absolutely.
All right, Dr. McLean, I believe now at this time we have public comment. And so
Absolutely.
Ms. Day, I believe, will be reading those names tonight.
Yes, sir. Ms. Day, we turn it over to you at this time to hear from our public.
Mr. Chairman, good evening. We have 5 people signed up for public comment. Consistent with prior meetings, the public had 2 methods for submitting public comment tonight. The first was through an electronic form that was available on the district website. This form was available from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. today. Dr. Winborn has emailed all board members the comments submitted electronically through that method prior to the meeting. In addition, the board has allotted a maximum of 30 minutes in tonight's agenda for an in-person public comment. A sign-up sheet was available to the public prior to the meeting. Each speaker that has signed up will have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak until we reach the 30-minute total. For each speaker, I will provide a warning when 4 minutes has passed and there is 1 minute remaining. When I call your name, if you will please come to the podium and address the board. The first person to sign up tonight is Ms. Deanna Hart, and the topic is mandates. Ms. Hart?
Good evening. This speech is a little bold, but that's just who I am. And I just want to really challenge you guys. So I really would appreciate you to just hear me out and everything that I say. And this is more of a challenge. It's not a solution tonight. Good evening, all. I want to thank you in advance for your time and consideration. I have shared several emails with you all recently, and the responses I have received were in summation on COVID policies is that you all are merely following what the health department advises. These responses tend to point fingers from the Board of Education to the health department. When one poses questions to the health department, their statements are, we only offer recommendations to the Board of Education. It is their decisions on what they implement. My question to you, and the point I want to make tonight, is if the health department recommended our kids to jump off a roof, are you going to merely follow? When they make recommendations to you and you vote to follow those recommendations, make no mistake, at that point, it is your decision. Now let me ask you a question. When you go buy a home, are you just going to use the seller's realtor and take them for their word? Are you going to bypass any and all inspections because you're just following their recommendations? Do you honestly believe that realtor is bringing to the table all the information or just what is going to help them sell that house? My guess is that with such a large investment you're going to do your due diligence and get those inspections, research that home and neighborhood, check those school districts. If my assumption is correct, my question to you is, why are you not doing your due diligence when it comes to making policies and voting? You want to sit back and say you didn't know that we received $700,000 for staffing only because we opted into a state testing program for COVID. It is your responsibility to gather all information on what you're voting on. It is your responsibility to do your due diligence for these kids. Aren't our kids' future, safety, and education considered a huge investment to you? If not, then I would encourage you to recuse yourself from this board. My child was quarantined back in August and the beginning of September. I specifically asked the nurse about a testing out option. Her response was that no, it was not an option. I recently emailed you guys over the last 2 weeks and again asked if the health department's legal authority to quarantine anybody in this nation and country states on there as an exception as of April 28, 2021, that you may provide an antibody test within the last 90 days and you're exempted from quarantine. Why is this school district not allowing us that option? I was told no by the school nurse. I was told that testing options were not available right now by Dr. Winborn in an email in writing because we don't have the supplies. Well, in September and August, those supply shortages were not an issue. And as this policy that our health department is utilizing to quarantine us was amended in April of 2021, there is an exception that says if I have an antibody test within the last 90 days, I do not have to quarantine. Whose responsibility is that? Is it the health department that has failed us, or is it this Board of Education that has failed us and denied us of our rights that we are so presented for? I'm not here, to tell you. Who's just overstepping? I don't know. I've lost my spot on my paper. I point all this out to say ignorance is not a bliss, but it is an excuse. It is your responsibility to know all the aspects of what you're voting on. Do you honestly believe they're going to report information that's going to lead you to a different decision than what they want you to make? The health department took in approximately $230,000 in a contract that they signed stating they would follow all North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services recommendations.
1 minute remaining.
Do you think that they're going to come in here and tell you anything different than our kids should wear masks? Do you think they're going to present any information to you any different that these masks are no good as it states on the box that you pull them out of and put on every day?
as studies are coming out, as I was referred to by Mr. Winborn, there's previous studies saying that all these masks are legit. No, they're not. There's studies also telling you that they're not any good and that they're not effective against COVID. And honestly, it does our immune system good to have exposure to germs. That's how you develop it. That's how you become not getting sick. In closing, I just ask you to quit following blindly, take ownerships of your decisions, and do your due diligence. Don't vote on policies without having all the details. Stop the mask mandates, stop mandatory testing requirements for our athletes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hart. Our next speaker, board members, is Anthony Robinson. The topic is access to board and mandates.
My name is Aig.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's happened my whole life.
Aig. You'll have 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when a minute's
Thank
up.
you. I want to primarily speak about access to the board. Yes, y'all are all here, and I know you're as tired of this as we are, whether people are watching from home or they're here. I feel like, and maybe you guys feel like this too, I would submit to you, let's have a town hall, not just about mandates, although heaven knows that would be a good one, but a town hall, parents, grandparents, taxpayers need an outlet. Instead of just coming here and talking at you, you guys can't say anything back, and then you talk to us, we can't say anything back. It's a dead end, and it's extremely frustrating. I would offer that up as a possibility. I've also just recently learned that there's a superintendent advisory board, and that there is supposed to be on that board a student and a parent to represent each school. I would also offer up that maybe we have an at-large member, because again, my granddaughter is in school, but she's at a charter school, which I don't think qualifies. That being said, I am a taxpayer and have been for many years in Granville County, over 25 years in Granville County, and then of course my whole life, working life, for North Carolina. So I do have a vested interest. Maybe we could have some at-large type members of that, maybe from each district, I don't know. I'll put my name in the pot if you, Madam Superintendent, thought that maybe was a good idea. I feel like the more people we have involved and able to have some dialogue, the better off we're going to be. I agree with the previous speaker. We've come full circle on these masks. I volunteer in the schools. It makes me want to cry when I see elementary schools come up to the little canteen counter. And my plan was to make a mask like many masks that I see there. You guys need to go in the schools and don't make a big to-do about it. Just go in there and watch. It was hard for me to get to this meeting anyway. That kind of goes back to my access issue. But I have seen children up there with literally rags, and not just one per class, but they do look like a rag that you would use for cleaning. They are wet. The whole thing is wet and visibly dirty, like you had been in your basement cleaning mildew. And what are they doing? The whole time, touching it. Because guess what? Nobody can hear them through it. And then, what are they touching? But the whole aspect, our immune systems need to work. The mask, we don't know. We know that they don't work. And we can cherry pick all you want to about data, but let's face it, it's come full circle. A lot of these things we've been using, we know now, do not work. The final thing I agree wholeheartedly. We do not need
1 minute
to
remaining.
follow along with what the health department comes up here and says, especially when they are asked questions, which I applaud. Valid questions that I've seen on other board meetings, and they don't have the information. I'm sorry, unacceptable. And if you're going to throw this study out or throw that study out, I worked at Duke for 37 years in research, neuroscience research, and that's unacceptable. If you're going to come up here and spout about studies, then you need to have answers to people's questions, especially people like you who are tasked with making decisions for all the rest of us. Our children are suffering from these masks. They are ending up in ERs from trying to kill themselves. So let's make some changes, please.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Our next speaker tonight is Danielle Hayes, and her topic is transparency.
Good evening. You guys really seemed to like that handout last time, so I thought I'd go with that. That was kind of a big splash. While Mr. Graham is passing that around, I'll just say, when we were out over Christmas break, we had a wrestling tournament in Wayne County, and it's only an hour and 15 minutes away. And it was the most normal school experience that we have had in 2 years. There was not a sign on the door. There was not anybody being the mask police at the door. There was nothing about a mandate on the door. Nobody was forcing us to do anything. There were 13 schools from Central North Carolina, 13. Wrestling teams, coaches, referees, parents, grandparents, community members. A few people had on masks. It's not a big deal. Wear it if you want it. But it was the most normal thing. It's like, oh, it's cold season. Wear a mask to protect yourself if that's what you want to do. We really need to get back to that because the other places in North Carolina have. So thank you for passing those out, Mr. Graham. So I've passed out a little packet to you guys, and I just wanted to reiterate some of what the other people have said to you tonight. Please ask questions. Please investigate. Please look a little deeper, because what is being brought to you is not always accurate. And I'm not here to call anybody out or say anybody is providing purposeful misinformation. But they do, because none of us are perfect, and I realize that. So what's on the front page is the registration confirmation from the opt-in testing program. That was submitted on August the 13th. Came to a staff member. You guys actually didn't vote on that until 30 days later. So there was an agreement for $700,000 to be received for additional nurse staffing before you guys ever even decided to opt into any kind of testing program with North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. If you flip to the next page, that was some of the, at the top, are some of the allowable funding uses to support COVID-19 testing program activities not covered by a state contracted vendor option was one of them. Highlighted at the bottom are the 2 links that I used to find the corresponding information that I'm about to share with you. If you flip to the third page, that's just an email that I received from another staff member. It said that the opt-in process did not obligate GCPS to participate, and the deadline for districts to indicate their preference in participation was mid-August. The board approved that we participate at the September 2021 meeting. If the board had not approved it, then we could have simply opted out. The information that I found will show you that that's not exactly accurate. If you flip to the next page, I've highlighted some more. This is from the second link that's at the bottom of the registration form. It clearly says in the first paragraph that the NCDHHS K-12 testing program opt-in was September 13th, the day that you voted, not mid-August, as indicated in the email. And if you read further down, it says that may request to join the vendor program after the deadline by emailing, and then it gives a long email address, to express interest in registering, which means that even if they hadn't opted in, you guys voted on it, they could have still joined. I mean, they were trying to get people to participate. The next page is from the first link at the bottom. It says, since testing programs are able to respond to current conditions, there is no opt-out protocol. Clearly, saying they could have simply opted out was not exactly accurate. Last page was the second link. It lists the staff funding requirements. Very clearly, number 2 highlighted is testing. Verify that your school district is performing screening testing. Guys, is performing screening testing. That's a string, okay? In the video, the person standing up here who presented the information to you about the opt-in testing program very clearly said them receiving the $700,000 had no strings attached. I went back and watched the video like 5 times so I could be sure I was bringing you accurate information. These are very clearly strings attached. So please ask questions. Please be informed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Our next speaker for tonight is Mr. Culp, and his topic is Grant Culp, and the topic is mandates. Mr. Culp, you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank y'all for having me. 2 meetings ago, there were 13 school districts offering mask optional. Last meeting, that number increased to 38 districts, and as of yesterday, 45 North Carolina school districts now offer a mask being optional as it's for students and teachers. See attached list from ednc.org, and I apologize for the small print. For some reason, it is not printer friendly last night. So, not only are these counties that offer mask being optional, minus Hyde County, they are all not requiring vaccinations. They are also following the lower quarantined rules and guidelines of 5 days without symptoms and no missing with anyone showing symptoms at all. We've all heard that. The other packet provided includes a spreadsheet of Granville County, as well as Sampson, Harnett, Randolph, Rowan, and Cabarrus counties, information with respect to their population, their current cases, as it compares to the overall percentage of the infected. I got this by the U.S. Census 2020 data, which is included in that packet, and usafacts.com. The spreadsheet shows that even with the heightened numbers due to Omicron, that Granville County numbers are in line with other districts that allow masks to be optional. Granville's latest numbers with 132 cases only equates to 0.2% of the population. Now let's remember back to last board meeting when the board had concerns about community spread. I'm not real sure what number of the population is low enough, but 0.2% of the overall population is pretty small in my opinion, and I bet the rest of the community would agree as well. Now keep in mind, we have also been told by Granville Health Department for months now that community spread is a cause of outbreaks, not the schools. In addition to this information, a current map of North Carolina based on county infection rates, the darker red is more cases, the lighter red is less cases, by the Mayo Clinic. These county districts that allow optional masks are marked with a white spot. Keep in mind, even though these associated counties with school districts are in high infectious areas, these school boards still maintain masks being optional without vaccination. As board members, I'm sure you're wondering why I've used other sources other than the CDC and North Carolina Department of Health. It's simply because those 2 websites give 0 user information and operate poorly. For example, when you search for COVID transmission rates per county on the North Carolina Department of Health website, the results are nothing. It gives you daily COVID hospitalization rates, which has not been updated since 12/13/21. But by the way, since that time, at that time, Granville County had less than 5 hospitalizations. In comparison, comparison, the CDC website does have a link to check your county transmission rates. However, when you click on it, the link never appears. It continues to think and think and think with no results. In response to the Vance Granville Health Department, why can you not rebuke any of this information that we have provided these past meetings? Why is a representative here trying to present medical advice from the county's health department and not the actual director in person? Furthermore, and most importantly to the school board, why are you so enthralled with the advice of this health department when so many other school boards have decided to allow the parents to make decisions best suited for each of their children when it comes to medical advice? Maybe the school board should start worrying about school board issues such as student achievement, teachers' needs and accountability, and overall school district needs.
1 minute.
And let the health department handle community health-related issues. Working together, but separate. Working together, but separate. To my knowledge, the school board offices and health department offices are not attached, nor do they have the same directors, nor do their members get elected by the public, such as yourselves. Parents in Granville County are ready to take back our community school board. This community needs its school board to concentrate on school issues, nothing more, nothing less. Please get back to school-related items and leave the decision-making to the parents of their children on masking, vaccinations, and quarantine. I've got some more, but I don't think I have time, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colt. Board members, our last speaker for tonight is Ms. Linda Chatawicki. Her topic is masking.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to request to give my time back to Grant Culp if he can continue with what he has to say, because I agree with everything that he's saying.
I would be fine with that.
Thank you.
With the latest research from 1/3/2022, the infection rates of the Omicron variant is 3 times more infectious than Delta among vaccinated individuals. This study also finds that for the unvaccinated, Omicron was 1.17 times higher for secondary infections as opposed to the infection rates for the vaccinated, which are 2.6 times higher for secondary infections. And for the boosted individual, their secondary infection rates was found to be 3.66 times higher for secondary infections. Again, my printer was having trouble, just like the spreadsheet from the ednc.com, so I couldn't print this out, but it was Reuters. The title's Omicron, it evades immunity better than Delta, and the date was 1/3/22. On a personal note, however, I have received numerous emails in the past month from my primary care physician that limits the vaccinations available to their patients because of irregularities that my doctor's practice feels needs to be addressed before offering to any more of their patients. With this information being said, if you wish to be vaccinated or if you wish your children to be vaccinated, then by all means. And to my knowledge, those shots for the years 5-year-old to 15-year-olds have been available for about 2 months now. However, if you wish not to be vaccinated, either because of previous infections and recovery, like myself, my wife, and my 2 daughters, we have all had COVID in July and August. I didn't lose any weight from it, but my wife, with our new baby, changing diapers, she couldn't smell until Christmas. So that helps out with the diaper changing part of that. But if you're not like us, who has had the infection and recovered, or if you're just not comfortable with a particular vaccine and there's hesitancy, those decisions should not be up to the school board, but to the health department, but the parents alone. Last night, as I was preparing for this presentation, my 6-year-old was helping me with paper clips and a stapler, and she asked why I was doing this. I replied, hopefully to make it so you don't have to wear a mask anymore. She sighed and said, "Thank you, Daddy." And then I noticed a pause. She asked, "Well, in my class, one of my friends hasn't worn a mask all year. because her dad says she didn't have to. And I asked, well, what happens if other people don't wear a mask? She said, well, the teacher tells them to worry about themselves, and if a student resists, she makes him or her go back to her desk, his or her desk, put their head down and not participate in whatever they were doing. Now, as a construction manager, this is not about how a teacher manages her classroom, because that is up to them and that's their prerogative. However, but when you start excluding children from participating because they notice another student not wearing a mask and they try to do the same, that's pretty ridiculous. Do away with the mask. The CDC has even came out with another change, of another change, of another change, and one more that pretty much says these cloth masks are useless and we need to wear proper masks that needs to be fit tested
1 minute.
and fitted.
1 minute.
Thank you. One last note. Most recently, this afternoon around 1 p.m. to be exact, my wife and I received a Class Dojo message from both of our daughter's teachers about preparing for computers, chargers, computer learning materials, which we can only assume is for a switch back to virtual learning. Is this true? And if so, why? Have these students not suffered enough? Is this coming from teachers who are already vaccinated or had time to get a vaccine if they so desired, and now not wanting to perform a task of teaching in person? My wife and I hope this is not a prequel of transitioning back to virtual learning, but maybe more resources for an already stressed and behind students because of lack of in-person learning for months prior. Thank you for the additional time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Board members, that concludes public comment for tonight.
All right. Thank you so much to the public for making us aware of your concerns there. Board members, the next item we come to is our consent agenda. There in front of you have a consent agenda that has approval of meeting minutes for the October 25th board meeting, local salary scale minor updates, and you see those there. We have the landscaping contract, and we have Global Teaching Partners contract, express employment professional staffing agreement, consolidated medical staffing agreement. This time, board members, what would be the pleasure of the board for consent items?
I'd like to ask a couple questions, actually, really quick. If I
Okay.
may. I wanted to ask about, I believe it's 7.06, the consolidated medical staffing. Can I do that, or is that not? Do we have to do a motion first before we talk about it?
We're discussing whether we need to pull it or let them. Ms. LeBrecq, what items do you have questions about?
It's primarily 7.06, the consolidated medical staffing, but then, I mean, I just had kind of like a follow-up question then that would have applied to 7.04.
Okay. With your permission and then the vote of the board, I would like to suggest that we pull those from the consent agenda, put them further down in the agenda so that we can't have discussion for them. All right, can you tell me those numbers again?
7.06 and 7.04.
All right. Board members, we have are you making that in the form of a motion?
I just have some questions about it, but yeah, if you want me to make it.
Okay. All right. Do we have a second to pull those two items from the consent agenda?
I second it.
7.04, 7.06 are the items that we're wishing to pull. Did I get a second?
I second it.
Okay. So I have a motion by Ms. LeBrecq, a second by Ms. Williams to pull those items and add them further down the agenda. Is there any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, Madam Superintendent, where would you like to add those at? Just want to do them right after this.
If we could make those 8.09.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir, 8.09.
All right, we're going to move those to 8.09 and 8.10. We'll give you time for that, Ms. LeBrecq. All right. So now we're back to the original consent agenda. Board members, what would be your pleasure after we have removed the 8.09, or I'm sorry, 7.04 and 7.06?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. LeBrecq. We have a second by Dr. Houlihan to approve the consent agenda items, less the two items that we moved. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, if you're ready to vote for the consent items, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. Thank you, Ms. LeBrecq, for allowing us to do that. Board members, we now move into our policy section. Our first item in that section is 8.01, our academic update. Dr. McLean?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This evening, we turn it over to Dr. Stan Winborn, who will be presenting this month's academic update. Dr. Winborn is with us virtually. Can you hear me, Dr. Winborn?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, wonderful. Thank you so very much.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Dr. McLean, thank you so much for allowing me to join you virtually tonight. I'm very sorry. I don't mind sharing that a member of the family's tested positive and I'm awaiting results, had a few symptoms. Everyone's doing pretty well though, so no worries here. I only really share that though to let you know that so many of our educators are going through the exact same thing right now. We've been experiencing really high percentages of staff that have been impacted by COVID since our return, and it's been quite a struggle. And I want to thank everyone, all of our team who've been pitching in to try to cover classes and serve our students. It's a tremendous effort, and I'm very proud of everyone and how they've stepped up. If you could please show the presentation on the agenda. Thank you, sir. I'm going to go through this rather quickly because I know we have a lot on the agenda tonight, but the next slide, please. I wanted to remind everyone that our motto is focus for this year when it comes to academics. I have shared several times that we indeed have a one-stop website that's designed for our educators to help put the very critical parts of what they teach at their fingertips. There's also a parent version of this that's available. And we've done this for two reasons. Number one, to make sure that we're getting the resources that we need to our teachers, but we're also trying very hard to be as transparent as possible when it comes to what we teach. I've heard over several meetings and received several emails from members of the public with concerns about this. And I want to make a statement and go on record by saying that here in Granville County Public Schools, we teach the North Carolina standards. We do not teach critical race theory. We do not teach some obscure or controversial version of what some people have attached to SEL. That acronym SEL simply means I'm so sorry, I'm blanking out on that. Social emotional learning, thank you. A little too much cold medicine in me right now, but social emotional learning. And that essentially is just an effort for our educators that provides a framework to pay attention to the emotional health and well-being of our students. We make all of our materials available to any member of the public who would like to see them. All of our libraries are inventoried in a searchable database that members of the public can look through. So, I just kind of say all this to say that we are an open book. We want to work with families to make sure that they have confidence in what we're teaching is appropriate and, in fact, part of what the North Carolina Standard Course of Study requires us to teach. So again, just a bit of a little segue on that. Next slide, please. This month, there's three things I'd like to cover rather quickly. First is professional development, then our academic and intellectually gifted program, and finally just a point about data analysis. But before I do that, next slide, please. Dr. McLean and everyone covered this, but just want to flash this up here because it's so important. Our winter graduation tomorrow at 4 p.m. Super proud of those students. I hope I'm going to get my negative test results back before then so I can join everybody for that event. It's a wonderful time. I love seeing Dr. McLean confer those diplomas to our children. It's such an important milestone for them all. So hope to see everyone there. Next slide. When it comes to professional development, we've got two big events coming up. February 11th is a required work day, and that's going to be school-based professional development, which means our principals are going to have an opportunity to focus on those strategies that they've been developing through their school improvement plans. Of course, my department will be providing support to schools on that. Any areas especially related to curriculum, the curriculum use, and our instructional planning strategies we're going to be offering as well. And then on March 10th, we have an early release district PD day. And as a team, we'll be providing a menu of options for our teachers to choose from on that half day so that they can sort of focus in on what they need. And hopefully we can tailor fit that to their needs. So that's a really big thing coming up, and my team's working hard to get prepared for that. I'm going to take advantage of that precious time. Next slide, please. Next, I'm excited to announce that we have hired and welcomed for her first day our new Aig Coordinator. I hope each of you got a chance to meet her before the meeting. I know Dr. McLean introduced her, Ms. Becky Bishop. Really excited to have her on board. It took a long period of time to have enough candidates, highly qualified candidates to choose from in order for us to make a decision. I'm very excited about Becky's prospects for success, but we have a lot of work to do. We've had some vacancies in this program, and so you can see there I have some immediate areas of focus that she and I will be working on, and then some medium to long-term focuses to really completely overhaul and revamp this program. Dr. McLean has developed some wonderful partnerships with other outside agencies that will be assisting us, making sure that we're doing the latest and greatest innovative efforts to nurture and reach all of our students who are academically and or intellectually gifted. So look forward to sharing more with you all about this soon. Next slide. And then finally, I just wanted to let you know that our data analysis, this is a critical piece. This is sort of guides our decision making. This is ongoing. Happy to report that we're well over the 2,000 mark on our walkthrough data. This is providing some really interesting information about things that are working and things that are not working in our classrooms. And we're having some really interesting conversations with our teacher teams, our principals, and at the senior leadership level about this. And we're making our plans based on what we're seeing. Also, throughout this first semester, there's just a wide variety of assessments that have been going on. Just a few examples are listed there, but this is providing real-time data on the progress and growth of our students. And we're using that to plan our interventions and reteaching and remediation and tutoring and professional development for what our teachers need so that our students continue to meet those benchmarks as we move forward throughout the year. And then I want to just put a plug in. You may have heard about something called Rti Store. Ms. Curtis has been working closely with teachers to train them on this, this tool. And this provides really a really strategic snapshot of our student data and provides alerts and strategies and timelines for how to access the data and then act on it. So it's a really neat tool. And I look forward to sharing more about each of these bullets in an upcoming Board of Ed work session, which I think our chairman and our superintendent have talked about the possibility of doing something maybe in February, just to get into the weeds a little bit more with the board members so I can share some of the details about this and, just entertain questions. Next slide, please. Finally, I would like to note that the impact of vacancies This has continued to be a real issue for us, as it has for districts across the county, across the state. I know Mr. Perry's been providing those timely reports to you all, but we have a couple of persistent vacancies since the beginning of the school year. And so we are going to be moving forward again, as we have in the past, with hiring some third-party vendors to provide real-time instruction to some of our core classes, particularly in math, from highly qualified certified staff. And they're sort of piping them in virtually, but in real time. So you get an actual teacher teaching, and then we would have a TA or a substitute helping manage face-to-face in that classroom. Our Granville Online teachers have been excellent in supporting as well. But this has just been unprecedented, and having a highly qualified teacher in the classroom is the #1 impact on academic achievement for our students. And when we have these long periods of time without a teacher in the classroom, it makes it tremendously difficult. So I hope that we as a team can continue to talk about ways to attract these teachers to our district. I know it's tough, even the districts that are paying a lot of money in salaries are having this exact same problem. So, I don't have an answer for you right now, but I wanted to remind you that this continues to be an issue for us. And that concludes my presentation, so I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. McLean, if there's anything you'd like to add.
Thank you, Dr. Winborn. I'm not going to add very much this evening except to say what we are still interested in are substitutes. We still need substitutes to assist us in any and all areas on a good day, on a regular day, and certainly in days and times like these. So thank you very much for that academic update. We appreciate it.
All right. Board members, any questions for Dr. Winborn? All right. Thank you, Dr. Winborn, Dr. McLean. All right. Our next item is our technology update. We'd like to welcome Mr. Ernie Connor, our Director of Technology.
We are so excited, Mr. Chairman and board members, this evening. I am thrilled. This presentation has been a long time coming. If you will recall, this past summer, we charged, and when I say summer, I mean July, we charged our technology department with the wish for and hope for a new website. It was time for us to have a refresh, a restart, and a new look for Granville County Public Schools. This has been a tremendous undertaking, and tonight this will be unveiled to you in addition to a few other technology updates. Now, for me, I'm a bit of a technical person, and part of my personality type is ease of information. When it comes to the public, while look is important, we want the public to be able to visit our website, and Mr. Connor will tell you the one goal I had was to say within 3 clicks, people should be able to find information. And some of you as board members said, Dr. McLean, it's difficult to find certain things on our website. So the charge our technology department had was to, 1, make certain that people could find information easily, that it is of quality, and that the information was good for our schools, good for our public, good for our district. So this time I turn it over to Mr. Connor. I'd like to thank he and our technology team for all of this work. Everyone, all hands on deck, yet again, in a department that does not have a lot of people, but they've made this a priority. They are unveiling this to you this evening, board members, and later this week, they will unveil it to the public. We could not get in the way of graduation tomorrow night because we are live streaming graduation tomorrow. So this will not take place and go live tomorrow. We need to make sure there are no hiccups with graduation. So this will go live after that, but Mr. Connor is going to talk with us a little about it. Mr. Connor, I turn it over to you.
Good evening, everyone. I am excited to be here tonight to go over a couple of things with you. Very quickly, I want to give you a quick update on the USDA grant, the Rural Utility Service Grant, which we often refer to as the Russ Grant. As you know, this grant was applied for and received a couple of years ago. And because of COVID and the fact that we had to pivot and go back to go to virtual learning, we got behind on being able to implement year one. So during this school year, we have actually completed year one and year two's projects. And I certainly appreciate the technology team members that have worked really hard on this. But I wanted to let you know that the schools that have been completed, they have equipment, whether it be in individual classrooms or panels such as this, that have cameras so that they can do distance learning. They can do virtual learning or blended learning. They can do virtual field trips. There's tons of things that they can do with this video equipment. And we're excited that the schools that you see on this list have been completed. I will say that the one thing that we need to do now that I think is very critical is provide training to our teachers. And we have training that is scheduled in February. We're working on that now so that we can provide additional training to our teachers and our schools to be able to use this equipment. I also want to let you know that year three projects will be completed next school year, and you see the list of schools that will be completed in year three, and at the end of the 2022-23 school year, if everything goes according to plan, we will be finished with this project. Eric, if you could hit the next slide, please. I do want to give you one update just so you will know that we are having to make a couple of changes. For whatever reason, I really don't know, but you know, we're going to do the best we can. The equipment that was ordered for this room was actually too large to be able to adequately be used. The screen was too large, the projector was too large, and I have no idea how that happened, but the bottom line is we want to correct it and we want to fix it. So we have talked with the USDA and we've talked with the Russ consultants, and we're going to make a change request. And instead of having this one tremendously large screen, we are proposing that we place two 82-inch flat panel, high definition panels located on each side in the back for the people that are back here to be able to see. But just as we did this today, for you all to be able to see in your position, or if we're having a panel discussion and with classes or with teachers, they need to be able to see the same screen. So we are proposing that we utilize a 75-inch panel that will be suspended from the ceiling here. So the same audio equipment will be used. We will eliminate the projector. We will eliminate the screen, and we'll replace it with these flat panels, two in the back and one in the front. So we plan to make that modification request to the USDA. I do want to let you know that when we talked with our Russ Grant consultants, they strongly recommended that when we make our changes, that the USDA does not really encourage districts making a lot of changes. So if we're going to make any changes, they suggest we do them all at one time. I did make the Russ Grant consultants aware that this board has been making some very tough decisions about possible closures or consolidation that might impact some of our equipment and where it would be located. So their suggestion is that once everything is finalized on what the district is going to do, that we make these changes at one time. So that's where we are with the Russ Grant, but we'll make all of those at one time, and our consultant feels very comfortable. They've worked with USDA for a long time. They are very comfortable and confident that they will approve our changes, but they just do not recommend that we make changes every 1 or 2 months, that we get everything together on what we need and make that request at one time. Any questions or concerns concerning the Russ Grant? Okay, so Next slide, please. So I am very excited. Dr. McLean built this up, so I'm hoping that we will provide you all with something that I'm hoping that the district and the community is going to like. We have been working to redo our district website, and Dr. McLean, as she said, she charged our department with providing a website that would help market our district and would also make it easier for our users, whoever they may be, to locate and retrieve information. And I'm hoping that as we reveal this new website, this will be exactly what we needed. I will say that I've had a lot of input from a lot of people, staff, department chair folks, executive team, members of the board. We've had a lot of people take a look and provide feedback to be able to meet those goals and the charge that Dr. McLean asked us to do. So we are now ready to go live. There is a link in this slide that will allow us to get to this website. It's live. Okay, it is live and ready to go. Anyone that clicks on that link or has access to that link will see our live website. As of Thursday morning, our website, if you go to gcs.k12.nc.us, which is now where our current website is, then this website will replace it. So as Eric scrolls up and down, Eric, if you would scroll back up to the top for just a second, and we're going to scroll down. I wanted to let you know that you're going to see a lot of the same links that you saw in the present website. You'll see that we're going to try to use pictures to market our school district. You'll see that there are going to be links that is easily accessible on the site. Welcome to Granville County Schools. Contact us. If you click on that button, then it gives you phone numbers. It gives you a form that you will be able to fill out if you didn't want to, if you were not in a web browser or an email browser and you wanted to send information, you can put your name, your email address, your phone number, and message. You hit submit. It will send you an email telling you that, hey, this is what was sent. It will also send us an email, and we're setting up our contact people so that they will get that information. We want people to be able to contact us very easily. So that's just one feature. You'll see on our links, and we have COVID information, we have Parent University, we have the anonymous tip line, the Say Something reporting system that the state supports, free and reduced lunch applications, volunteers, student information and registration, and we will continue to tweak those and add and remove things as needed. So this is a living website that you will see. If you scroll down a little more, Eric, you'll see our featured news. You'll see our upcoming events that's easily accessible. There's information here, as Mr. Perry has said, as others have said, Dr. Winborn said, you know, we're looking for teachers, we're looking for substitutes. We can advertise on the front page of this website. If you'll scroll down a little further, you will see that this is our social media presence, and that's easily accessible so people can see it. Now, one additional thing I would like to mention, and by the way, now that you have this link, you're able to continue to look at this, offer feedback, comments. Like I say, this site is accessible and you can use it, but if you go back up to the top, Eric, if you could scroll back up to the top and go to the top right-hand corner and hit the drop down for a school, click on Butler STEM Elementary. You'll notice that each one of our school websites will look very similar to our district website. And we wanted to do that so that the structure of the sites would be the same. So if there's a parent that has students in multiple schools and they're looking for different things, they should be able to find those things in basically the same location. So I wanted to give you that little tidbit that we really worked hard to change the school websites to have the same structure, but yet they have their school colors, they have their logo. There will be some links that will be different. but the format and the structure will be primarily the same. So please take a look at this. Eric, if you could go back to the district website for just a second and click on the Board of Education link. I'll just show you very briefly your site. So this particular section is your section. It has the slideshow that you're familiar with that introduces each one of you. If you scroll a little further, it also has your contact information. And if you scroll back up, you'll see the links on the side from board documents to live meetings to previous meetings to board policies. Everything is located there on one page. But Eric, if you'll go back up and just hover over the word Board of Education, up at the top, right there, you'll see that those same links are there. So if someone hovers over the Board of Education, they still have links that they can see. If they're looking for policies, they click one time to get to our website and click one time on the link and they go to the board policies. So that's basically all I have. I just wanted to introduce you to the site. I encourage you to take a look at it. Very open to suggestions as we continue to work on this living document or this living site. It will be live for the general public. In other words, our current website will not show up any longer as of Thursday morning of this week. Are there any questions on the website? Okay. Thank you, Dr. McLean. Thank you.
Good job, Mr. Connor. Thank you so much. Didn't you want to add to that?
Thank you. No, I think if you have time to get in there and play with it and provide feedback between now and Wednesday, the consultant will get with our team on Wednesday. I want to thank our entire technology department.
All right, thank you so much. Next up, we have 8.03 board members. West Oxford is bringing to us a dual language proposal. They have some information to share with us. And so I believe Ms. Bonamere is here.
Yes, we have Principal Bonamere with us this evening. Wonderful. And we also have an educator with him. Principal Bonamere, this is an information item tonight, board members. This staff has worked extremely hard. They are one of our Restart schools. But you know, with Restart comes no new money. Does not mean you don't have vision. This school has a lot of vision and a lot of wonderful ideas. And tonight they'd like to share with you the dual language program proposal they've come up with. So Principal Bonamere, will you take it away?
Thank you, Dr. McLean. Thank you, Chairman Richardson. Thank you, Vice Chair Ms. LeBrecq. And thank you also for all of our board members for having us this evening. I'm here to speak to you on behalf of West Oxford. I also brought Ms. Hernandez, who is our Spanish teacher, and I'll get a little bit more into why she's an excellent representative to be here this evening. I'm really excited to share with you tonight the possibility of offering a dual language program at West Oxford. Dual language programs, if you'll go to the next slide for me. Dual language programs are programs where two languages are offered simultaneously. So there's a variety of different ways that you can offer this program, but we are looking at a 90-10 program offered in Spanish. Research shows that these programs have a really positive impact on all students, not only our English language learners, although it certainly produces really positive impacts for those students as well. The program would be offered one class per grade level, so it would be an option that parents could choose to opt into, but would not be required for every single student at West Oxford. So it would be a choice program. As you all know, if you want to go to the next slide, that West Oxford is a global school, so we work a lot on developing global leadership skills for our students. One thing that we're offering this year that's really exciting is Ms. Hernandez is teaching a Spanish special. And we've really enjoyed our kids getting to get their toes wet and learning to speak some Spanish. They've really enjoyed it. And it's kind of motivated me to do a little bit more investigation into language acquisition, and I've come to the dual language programming. I also know that DPI has a way to designate global ready schools, and one requirement to receive that designation is to prove that you're providing effective language instruction to students. We're really excited to provide programs that have a research-based, consistent academic, provide strong academic outcomes for students. which is another reason we're interested in dual language. We also know that 22% of our students are Hispanic, and we really want to see their language skills as an asset, not a detriment, because those students bring to us significant skills. And we also know Spanish is a skill that all of us could, I certainly could learn and develop better, and I know it's a real asset to our students to have that ability. It's also an opportunity for us to increase our parent engagement. Right now, Ms. Hernandez, bless her, is my only bilingual teacher, and it's really difficult for parents to become engaged at their student's school if they don't speak the language. So being able to provide some bilingual teachers for our parents to speak to would really make a world of difference to folks. It's also an opportunity to really distinguish ourselves. There's not a dual language program in Granville County already anywhere, and it's an opportunity for us to do something really unique and really exciting. So we found that 81 of our students in our attendance zone attend other schools in Granville County, and 122 students in our attendance zone attend charter schools. And I want those children back at West Oxford because we are the best school. So that's what I'm interested in. If we can go to the next slide. It would be an investment. We would need a handful of things. We'd need human capital, and then we'd need some materials. So we would need a dual language coordinator. This is someone who is bilingual, who has some experience in running a dual language program, and would be able to help me get this off the ground and figure out what this would look like. We would need to recruit and retain qualified bilingual teachers. One of the things that programs who do this really well do is they do co-teachers in kindergarten. So they, instead of having a teacher and a TA in kindergarten, they have two teachers. So you can onboard someone who's new to the country, who's new to teaching in Granville County, and you put them in lieu of a kindergarten TA, and then that staff member then moves into the new position that you have the following year. So we would also love to provide some supplemental pay for bilingual staff, which would encourage them to come here and stay here. Participate is a vendor that a lot of places use. Participate does a lot of work with us as a global school. They also offer some dual language programming. They would help us recruit and retain those staff. They do a lot of coaching, and they find teachers for programs. And then we would also want to take our existing adopted curriculum. I'm not interested in new adoptions. I'm interested in just purchasing the Spanish variety of the programs we already own. So Eureka, Into Reading, Haggerty, they all have a Spanish version of those programs, so we could just purchase those materials. So next slide. It's a long-term timeline. Like, this is not something that we turnkey. It's not something that in 2 years I would have in place. What you do is we spend this year really thinking about what this is going to look like and set up really solid plans. You have a kindergarten cohort the first year, and then you add a class every year following. So that cohort moves up every single year. They're bilingual. They're typically bilingual or predominantly bilingual by second grade, at which point you begin to increase the amount of English instruction provided. So those students are ready to begin to take EOGs. It's a really interesting model. It's really exciting, but it's a long-term investment. This is not a short-term thing. It's not a real brief pilot. This is something that we need to decide whether or not it's something we want to be a part of for the long haul. So next slide. After a year of research, I love this idea. I'm very excited about it, but I know it's a serious investment, and I know would be a large thing for us to bite off. So I'm excited about this opportunity, but only if we're willing to commit to it for the long run. So I am asking for a 10-year commitment to decide that this is something we want in Granville County, something that would be good for our students, something that would be a really exciting thing for our kids to be a part of. West Oxford students are studying to be global leaders, both in Oxford and in the world, and we're really excited about the opportunity to provide our students the only dual language opportunity in Granville County.
Wonderful. Principal Bonamere has worked with the academic team on this presentation. They've been researching for almost a year and a half, 2 years. Participate and several other companies have come out to visit. The school has also gone on multiple field trips, Wake County, Durham, Alamance, several, and have taken a look at several models. So this is a an information item. This is not an action item this evening. This is for information and for consideration for our board, and we can certainly come back and visit, but planting the seed now is important if we're interested for next year, and if it's something we need to wait on, then we can do that. But we certainly needed to at least let them share at this point that the school was researching this model, dual language.
Can I make a suggestion, Board and Madam Superintendent?
Absolutely.
Can we have Ms. Bonamier and her staff come back and be ready to answer questions at our February work session?
Absolutely.
So that way we can kind of comprehend what we've talked about tonight.
Yes, sir.
And then that'll give us some time to put together our questions, and they can be prepared for us.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bonamier, Ms. Hernandez. Thank you this evening.
If they can pull that off as well as they did their playground, I'm all for it.
I tell you.
All right, our next item, board members, is 8.04. We're having an update on the COVID grant. And so, Madam Superintendent, I believe you have Ms. Curtis here to present about that.
Yes, Ms. Curtis is here to present. Ms. Day can authenticate from a finance perspective. But Ms. Curtis, we turn it over to you for the COVID grant.
Thank you, Dr. McLean. Good evening, board members. It's good to see you again. Oh, no, the one that's COVID testing. It's in board doc. The one in board doc. Thank you. Just a quick update for you this evening on our testing program. There were some requests for some information to review from earlier this year when you received some information about this in September. Oh. Next slide. So if you'll recall, in September, we did notify you that we had opted into the COVID-19 testing program for K-12 schools. Participating in the program allows us to offer both diagnostic and screening testing on our campuses, and you did, on September 13th, approve for us to offer diagnostic testing on all of our campuses, and we are going to talk to you when we get to the item that was moved from consent to discussion to talk to you about the staffing funding for that. It does provide $700,000 in funding for additional temporary health staff for us for this school year. The allowable uses, which I believe you saw in your packet earlier, next slide, are listed here. Most of that funding will go to hiring 11 school nurses under that temporary staffing contract that you have in your that was under consent today. That we're happy to answer any questions about. Are we doing the questions for that now, Dr. McLean, or is that like now?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be happy to take any questions you have about that contract at this time. The bulk of that funding is going to hire those 11 temporary RNs through the remainder of the school year. They will be allowed to, as you see, help provide diagnostic testing. And you've, as we talked about in September when you approved it, that's an important service for our community, for parents in particular that do not have transportation to get to one of our local testing sites. That can be done at school if parents opt in. We would never, of course, test any students whose parents have not opted in. They can also help assist our nurses with things that have fallen to the wayside in the last almost 2 years. We're very far behind on screening our students for vision and hearing, almost 2 years behind, almost 3 grade levels behind. In screening, we usually screen all of our early elementary students for hearing and vision, and we've been unable to do that and stay caught up with that. We've done a little here and there as requested as the need arises. They'll also just be able to help man our isolation rooms as students are sick at school and need to be away from others until someone can come pick them up. So those are some of the duties that those temporary nursing staff will be able to fill. We currently have 4 full-time nurses in Granville County Schools. We have 2 openings for 2 additional staff that we are accepting applications for at this time. So if you know someone that would love to be a school nurse, we would certainly like to talk to them. Other allowable expenses would be onboarding the temporary staff, supplementing part-time salaries to bring them to full-time status. We do not have any part-time nurses, so that's not something we'll spend money on. Office supplies, other minor testing and COVID expenses. We can order additional PPE for these staff members. We are ordering a few more beds for some of our isolation rooms that don't have that kind of thing. Just, again, anything that's associated with our COVID testing and our COVID response that our nurses will be doing is what's allowable for this money.
Ms. LeBrecq, you had questions regarding that contractor?
The 7.0, you want me to talk about that? after?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I just wanted to, I was curious in the date, it's retroactive on that to November 22nd on the contract for 7.06?
Yes, we were looking at multiple vendors to find the one that had the best price. So we received several contract proposals.
Right, so I guess my question was, if it was retroactive to November, have we hired anybody, any
No,
nurses?
no.
So then why does the contract need to be retroactive if we haven't hired anybody, and are we paying money for that retroaction?
And we're not paying any money. You haven't approved the contract, and we won't start paying until we're provided with nurses.
Okay, so then why was it dated?
I'm not sure. Attorney Dubison might be able to answer that question because she reviewed it, and but it's not, we're not paying anybody until somebody sets foot on it.
Right, I was just
Yeah.
curious then why it was
Yeah.
why was it predated then November 22nd
I think
instead
that's
of
when
January 10th?
we received the proposal, the contract proposal from the vendor.
Is when you received the proposal. And so then I guess my next question then is, why did we not say anything about it in December at that meeting instead of
We were
January?
still looking to find the best price. Mr. Perry was working with
Okay.
different, he was talking to different staffing agencies to find us the best price. That was and people that would work in our area. I believe you talked to at least one staffing agency that.
Could not work in this area. They didn't have staff that would travel to this area.
Yeah.
Okay. And so then I guess, I mean, that's really just the same question then that I had for the Global Teaching Partners, is because that was also dated back like September 23rd or whatever.
I don't know.
So that's all.
So it was the date, I think the 23rd was the date we received the contract proposal. It's not that we were paying them or have agreed to anything. That was the date that we received the proposal.
And can I clarify from the financial standpoint? We have not received any of these funds, the $700,000. We have not received the money or spent any of that money. As of now, we had to submit a budget to be able to receive those funds. So we have not received those funds.
So we've submitted the budget. We're waiting for it to be approved, and then we'll be able to begin spending the money.
Ms. Curtis, I have some questions regarding the speaker that we had during public comment made
Yes, sir.
some assertions and provided us some information. Can you kind of speak to some of that information that was shared with us
Yes,
about
sir.
those dates being different?
We opted in and received this during August. I'm not sure the exact date. I could not find that, but I did go through my email. We opted in August and received notification that we had been awarded the funding on August 13th. There was not another board meeting until September 13th. There was not a board meeting in early September because of the Labor Day holiday, so you did not meet until September 13th. I did provide the board with a packet of information along with questions for you that we would bring to you at the September board meeting. I provided the board with that on September 3rd, along with a link to the website that our speaker during public comment referred to. It also included information stating that we could opt out if we chose to at any time by emailing DHHS. I will also say that during the informational webinars that we attended prior to determining whether or not we were going to opt in, DHHS and DPI were very clear that there was no minimum number of tests that we needed to do in order to receive the funding.
So just as long as we ran one test, we were in compliance?
No minimum number of tests.
Okay.
I myself have been swabbed now 3 weeks in a row. So if there was a minimum number of one, then that has been met.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Board members, other questions regarding this grant? Ms. Day, do we have an idea when we think we'll get that approval?
I have submitted it. They did not give us a timeline.
Yes, Dr. Hooley?
There's a little bit of confusion about opt-in or opt-out. And we've heard from speakers and so on and so forth, but would you just explain, are we opt-in? Can we opt out if we decide to?
We could certainly choose to opt out. There's an email address that we choose to, if the board decides to discontinue all testing, we would contact DHHS and let them know that we chose to do so.
Just to be sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
Hold on one
Go ahead.
second, Ms. Williams.
We also talked about the concept that the parent had the option to opt in or
Yes.
opt out.
Yeah, I
That
think
was
there's,
the other
are you
part
talking
of
about opting into the program itself or the parent opting in to the testing? Are you talking about the district opting in or the parent opting in? Or are you both asking separate things?
That's what I was understanding, was that
no student
had to.
No
and a
student will be
parent- Unless
tested.
a parent opted in.
Yes. Now, the board did approve to require student athletes that were unvaccinated or chose not to disclose their vaccination status to require them to be screened each week. However, again, we would not conduct that testing unless the parent opted in. So we did have a handful of student athletes that chose to not participate and are not playing because it was a condition of their eligibility.
Go ahead, Ms. LeBrecq.
Yeah, I guess I'm more talking about the district. I guess it's a little like, I mean, on this page here, it just says, after opting into the testing program, can we later change our selected program option? And that's the school opting in. So I guess my question is, I mean, at the very end, it says, since testing programs are able to respond to current conditions,
I don't have a copy of that paper, I'm sorry.
There's no opt-out. So I guess
There
you're
is
saying that yes, we could opt out, but in the print here, it's saying that that's not likely, so.
There's a very long list of frequently asked questions on the website that our speaker was referring to earlier, and one of them is, can our district later opt out? And it clearly says, yes, our district can later opt out by simply emailing this email address.
Okay.
And one more clarification, I want to make sure I'm correct. So we're doing the testing on site for our students if they opt in. This is part of all this. We are also allowing parents to provide a PCR test result if they choose their own doctor, is that correct?
Are you talking about for student athletes?
Yes.
Yes, we have allowed some parents that have requested it to, instead of participating in the MACO testing, providing their own test from a testing provider, not a home test, but they have to do it on the same schedule as the testing in their school building. So if their school tests on Wednesday and gets their results on Thursday, then the parent has to provide those results on the Thursday, or whatever day their school's results are provided.
Okay, cool, thank you. Board members, other questions?
I just have one more. Where in the world are we going to find these nurses?
Well, that is why we decided to use a staffing agency when we were looking at the need and seeing that we were struggling to fill our own permanent full-time vacancies.
Right, that's, yeah.
We decided that opting into a staffing agency and using their services to recruit was a better use of our time and money. You obviously are referring to what we all know, which is there's a lot of competition and demand for qualified nursing staff right now, and we have a small and very busy HR department, and after considering our options with HR, we decided that we wanted to use a staffing agent to help us that, because it's really difficult. I mean, even just I was overwhelmed thinking about having to conduct interviews for that many positions, and where would we have the time for that? So that's why we decided to use the staffing agency.
Any other questions or comments, board members? All right, this does come as an information item, so no action on your part unless you so desire. Part of the reason we asked to put this on here, I asked the superintendent to bring us information because we are hearing quite a bit from our community, and it sounds as if maybe there are some misconceptions in our community, and so hopefully this has cleared it up and If not, they can go back and watch that to make sure we get clear information. So thank you, Ms. Curtis.
Yes, sir.
All right, Madam Superintendent, I believe our next item is our pandemic action response.
Yes, sir.
Forgot my laptop.
All right, we're going to give Ms. Curtis a moment. If we can pull that presentation up. This is our monthly pandemic action response. We have with us this evening one of our nurses. We have several, and I must say, our nurses have been absolutely phenomenal. These are our GCPS nurses. Our GCPS nurses, I'm just going to tell you that the words, I could just pull them all. Incredible, amazing, phenomenal. We could go on and on. You're just wonderful, and we are so appreciative. We know everyone is super stretched across our entire district, educators, nurses, administrators, everyone. No one has ever seen a pandemic like this, at least not in my generation, not in my time. And I'm telling my age, I am old. My daughter reminds me quite often, Mom, you're old. I am. But this has shaken everyone to the core. And what our nurses are attempting to do for children and staff every single day is nothing short of heroic. And we thank you, we thank you, we thank you. So tonight with Ms. Curtis, we will hear from our health department, as we always do, but we have one of our very own nurses with us this evening, and I don't know if she'll be chiming in, but I know she does an amazing job with us, so I turn it over to Ms. Curtis this time.
Thank you, Dr. McLean. This is Leslie Parrott. She is our lead nurse, and this is her first year as our lead nurse, so what a time to take on that extra responsibility. As I shared, we have 4 full-time nurses and, again, 2 vacancies. So if you know someone that's interested, please tell them to reach out to me. So they are stretched across our 17 schools and do an amazing job. And I will just say, I just pulled it because I wanted to have the right number. Our 4 nurses, in conjunction, I will say, with our awesome office staffs and our classroom teachers and counselors and really everybody that's working in our schools, have taken 3,389 reports this year of students with COVID symptoms, students with a positive test result, or students that have been exposed either at home or at school. So you can imagine that every one of those reports requires a phone call, an email, several phone calls or emails to make sure that we are giving people the correct information and the correct guidance. And so I want to say thank you to Nurse Parrott and our other 3 nurses. She got tapped to be here on their behalf tonight, but Brandy Powell, Kim Hickson, and Stephanie Kuhn, who came on a couple months ago, are just doing a fantastic job, and we are so appreciative of everything they do. And again, everything that our staffs and our schools are doing as well, because it is a team effort. And so again, I thank you very much for everything that you guys are doing. Just a couple of reminders, as always, we are requiring our face masks or our cloth face coverings at all times when indoors. It's our students, staff, visitors, and all of our facilities at all of the time. Next slide. Again, also physical distancing for our students, that's 3 feet, adults 6 feet. Our visitors as well, we ask to physically distance, and that's indoors and outdoors on all of our properties. I summarized for you here some key updates to the Strong Schools NC Public Health Toolkit. They listed the changes on page 3, and were kind enough even to put their key updates in red, which is much more user-friendly than it has been in the past, where we had to hunt and peck throughout the document. So there are a couple of key updates that I want to share from DHHS. Vaccination, including getting a booster, that's an addition, is currently the leading public health prevention strategy to end the pandemic. At the end, talks about Delta and compares Omicron to Delta and says that it's even more transmissible. Omicron is even more transmissible than the Delta variant. You'll see that in our numbers in just a moment. And then they've updated the recommended quarantine and isolation periods for those exposed to COVID-19. And our health department will be reviewing that with you in just a moment. I'm sorry, I didn't know Attorney Dubison was not going to be here tonight. I didn't know if you had any additional updates you wanted to share, or you can just take questions as the board has them this evening.
If there are questions, I can take them, but I don't have anything to add at this time. Thank you.
Next slide. So these are our readiness indicators as always. Next slide. We are still doing well with our supply of PPE and disinfection and cleaning supplies. We're still looking at all our facility modifications are still in place, and we're still doing our disinfection and cleaning as we are supposed to do according to what's in Strong Schools. Thanks. We have, this was as of Christmas time. The numbers you're going to see in just a second are very different. And so I think actually it's kind of interesting to see how much this has changed in the last week. So you see the numbers are really something to see. Next slide. We did meet with the superintendent's advisory councils and got some feedback from students, principals, and parents, in particular about masking from these three groups. Students shared that they thought it was too soon to make masks optional and want schools to continue to work with students to wear their masks correctly. Our principals unanimously supported continuing our current COVID safety measures, including masking, to protect students and staff. And our parents shared in their meeting that students wearing masks is important for student and staff safety, and they wanted to see the policy continued at this time. And at this time, I will turn it over to our guests from Granville Vance Public Health. Ms. Lisa Harrison and Dr. Shauna Guthrie are joining us again this evening, and we appreciate you, as always, joining us and sharing the latest updates from our community. Can you hear us?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. And their slides are in the same presentation with mine. There we go.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for always inviting us to be with you. We are glad to be with you again this January. I'm sorry that the work continues into 2022. We would all like to see a different start to the new year than a new variant with us, but unfortunately, this is the work that we have before us. Want to make sure that we give you the updated numbers and guidance from the state and the CDC. And yes, things do change rapidly, but so does this particular virus. And so the rapid changes that we are navigating all together are in response to COVID-19 itself. And tonight we have an update for you based on numbers updated to the state of North Carolina as of 1 p.m. earlier today. So Granville County has had over time more than 10,000 cases of COVID-19 and 107 deaths. In the last 2 weeks alone, we have seen 1,422 reported cases of COVID-19 in Granville County. So that's an incredible increase, and our case investigators, contact tracers, and nurses here at the health department really are working very hard, just as your school nurses are, and I will add a special shout out to your amazing school nurses that we love working with and work with very closely. Across our state, 3,850 individuals are currently hospitalized with COVID-19, and today, 706 of those, or 18%, who are hospitalized are being treated in the intensive care units. Now, instead of Delta, we see the grand majority of cases are Omicron variant of COVID-19. We also know that the large majority of those hospitalized are currently unvaccinated, and the reason these variants continue to pop out is because we have pockets of people who are not vaccinated for the virus to find. Vaccines are safe and effective. They're doing a good job keeping people out of the hospital if you were to get vaccinated and haven't chosen that yet, or if you have chosen to be vaccinated, it's time to take a look at your timeline for being eligible for a booster. Granville County has 19.3% test positivity rate over the last 14 days. You can see that compares to Vance County with 26.7%, and the state of North Carolina is up to 31.1% positive tests today. All of our counties are still in the red and high transmission, and I think it's important for parents to understand that the reason we are all working together to keep children and families safe is because of this spread being as high as it is, and it's only jumping higher right now, unfortunately. Next. We do have some uptake numbers for vaccine. The first dose, we've had 38,854 receive that first dose of vaccination in Granville County, or 68%, and 36,504 people have had their second dose, which makes us have a 64% vaccination rate of those 5 years old and older, who are all of those eligible for vaccination. And then over to the right, we're glad to always share within the groups of 5 to 11 and 12 to 17-year-olds. We don't have a larger percentage vaccinated. Only 12% of those 5 to 11 years old are fully vaccinated, and only 41% of those 12 to 17 years of age are fully vaccinated. So we'd really like to see those numbers go up as well. I know a lot of people are talking about data to share so that we have a risk out in community, and right now we're shifting to look a lot more toward hospitalization, given that Omicron is so prevalent. I'm saying Omicron is omnipresent. We want to make sure that we're not seeing hospitalizations and deaths also go up, because as many people have heard, this is a different version of COVID-19, and thankfully a lot of people are not experiencing as severe illness with Omicron as they were with Delta. But the numbers of people and cases that we're seeing mean that still there are some, especially those unvaccinated, who are getting Omicron, who still need to be hospitalized and are still, over time, we'll see, unfortunately, severe illness. And you can see that graph as to our COVID-19 hospital severity trends statewide. And we specifically clicked on pediatric hospitalizations here. Thankfully, it's still low. 2.3% of all of those people hospitalized across our state of North Carolina are below age 18, but that translates to 89 kiddos. So we're just going to keep our eye on this, because previously the variants that we have seen have not been as prevalent in children as Omicron is. So let's just keep our eyes on that and make sure that hopefully will not get much higher, but the numbers of cases we're seeing is pretty alarming. Next, please. Again, this is just of those 17 and under, we have 3% hospitalized across the state of North Carolina. And the next slide goes through, in general, across North Carolina, we are seeing hospitalizations go up across our state, with 97% of our hospitals reporting the 3,850 are currently hospitalized, and you can see that's as many as we've ever had hospitalized for COVID-19 during the pandemic. And I just think it's important to notice, between hospitalizations and those in the ICU, it's higher than it was last year, and that's alarming. Next. A little bit more about Omicron, and then I'll let Dr. Guthrie tell you a little bit more about what we are sharing with school nurses and our school administrators across all schools in the district. But we see that COVID-19 infections have skyrocketed to a 7-day average of more than 480,000 cases across our whole country. And then, as we already have said, the number of children being hospitalized is looking different, because this is affecting children at younger ages than previous variants have. Hospitalizations, again, are rising, with intensive care units in the state at 85% of capacity. And with COVID-19 cases reaching pandemic highs, our K through 12 schools have been urged by the state of North Carolina and our state health director and others to promote vaccination boosters for students and staff, and to require students and staff to continue to wear masks indoors to keep students in the classroom and to limit this transmission. It's so highly transmissible that this is the tool we have to help keep that lower. And I think it's important to also remind everybody that we should look carefully at the source of our information. You know, we've experienced together this flood of misinformation from unreliable sources around COVID-19, and we all have to be careful, be thoughtful about what we read and hear about the virus, and make sure we're separating rumor from fact, and making sure we know what the source of that information is, and if there are any misreports of information. So I did appreciate that came up earlier tonight, and I could not agree more. We have to be careful about that. And I will pass it on to Dr. Guthrie to go over a little bit of some of our latest updates on quarantine and isolation, which I think most people are grateful that we can see a bit of a change on this.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Ah, it works this time. Great. So, yeah, I think we're all happy to see shortened quarantine and isolation periods, getting kids back to school. It's so important that they're able to be there for social and educational reasons. And so what we're presenting here is the CDC's updated guidance, which is directly in line with the state's guidance and our guidance as a health department. I think the important thing to remember is just 10 days separated into 5 and 5, which applies to almost all of these things. And just to note that the CDC is getting away from fully vaccinated, because what does that even mean with changing recommendations as time goes on, to being up to date on your vaccine. So to be up to date on your vaccine is you've had all the doses in the original series, and if you're due for a booster, you've also had the booster. So you'll see in these recommendations that the not vaccinated recommendations are the same as those who are vaccinated, but are not due for their, booster. And those who are up to date on their vaccine, meaning vaccinated, and if they need a booster, they're up to date on the booster, have a little bit more lenient recommendations. So starting with those who have symptoms, regardless of vaccination status, please get tested. There are a lot of testing options around the community, rapid testing, PCR testing. And if you're not willing or able to get tested, because I know there's varying availability of testing lately, presume that you have COVID and go ahead and isolate to protect those around you. And certainly see your medical provider if your symptoms are lasting longer than you think they should, if you get better and then start getting worse, all those kind of things. For those who are exposed, if you are completely unvaccinated, you're going to stay away from others. In other words, quarantine for 5 days. Get tested on day 5, and if you test negative, you can return to your normal activities, but you need to wear a mask at all times for those 5 additional days. So you're not in isolation anymore for quite as long. They'll let you out a little early, but really important to still wear that mask just in case. Most people will not be contagious after 5 days. The vast, vast, vast majority of people won't be contagious after 10 days, but there are always outliers, and we just have to remember that. If you are vaccinated and eligible for a booster, the rules are the same. This is like the same as the last slide, so that's good enough. Yeah, I don't know. At any rate, if you are fully vaccinated and up to date on that vaccine per the CDC, meaning if you're due for a booster, you've had your booster, then that's when you get a little bit more lenient recommendation as far as quarantine if you've been exposed. And you don't have to quarantine away from everyone, but you do need to wear that mask for 10 days. And then certainly if you do test positive at any point in time, if you don't have symptoms, you just count from the day that you had that positive test. If you develop symptoms before or after the test, you start from the day that your symptoms started. And again, it's 5 days isolation at home, 5 days with the mask. And I think, the most useful thing that came out in the new Strong Schools guidance in line with the CDC recommendations is that in schools where you have a mandatory masking policy, individuals who are exposed can now do a test to stay option, which is fantastic. So kids who are exposed, whether they're exposed in school or out of school, which is another nice change in addition from the previous policy, wherever you are exposed, if you are in a mask mandatory school, you can continue to go to school with your mask on as long as you don't have symptoms. And on day 5, you need to test and make sure that you haven't turned into a positive. Certainly, if you develop any symptoms at any time, you should be tested. And you wear that mask for 10 days total of quarantine, but you get to go to school, which I think it's a big change, and I think something we've all really been waiting for. And but definitely getting tested on that day 5 is really important to help prevent that spread. And just a reminder, COVID-19 has a huge range of symptoms. You can't know without testing if it is just a cold. And lately, we've seen a lot of sore throats, which we didn't even think of really as much of a symptom before. We had rounds of some GI illness, certainly the cough, the fatigue, the fever. Lately, a lot of things that start with sore throat and then maybe turn into a cough, and a lot of body aches as well. So any weird symptoms that are off, it's worth getting tested so that you know, so you can protect the people around you and take care of yourself as well.
Thank you, Dr. Guthrie. Board, if you have questions for Dr. Guthrie or Ms. Harrison at this time, now would be a good time to ask.
On the test to stay option,
Yes, ma'am.
are the testing kits available in our schools at this time?
We do not have diagnostic testing available in our schools at this time. That is why it is important that our contract for our temporary nursing staff be approved. We will struggle to provide that testing in our schools if we do not have that nursing staff. If you can imagine that at how many? Yeah.
I can speak to that for the fact that one nurse with 4 to 5, sometimes 6 schools, because there's only 4 of us, 17 campuses. There is no way that we are able to physically be able to be there to do those diagnostic testing on those students. And so by providing that extra staffing to us, it will allow us to go down to have a nurse potentially between 1 to 2 schools that can help provide those diagnostic screenings for someone who may become sick during the day, staff or student. They can get tested at school. And we can provide the test to stay option as well. And all of this, of course, is still opted in through the MACO screening and all of that.
That would not preclude a parent from obtaining the test themselves, taking their
Oh,
child?
absolutely. The parent chooses to have their own provider do it or their own testing site, absolutely. That's the parent's choice to opt into having us do that and not. And we also would never test the child without saying, hey, mom and dad, so-and-so is not feeling well right now. This is our, what we think, the options to do. What would you like us to do? So the parent would have, even if they opt in, they're going to know what's going on then.
Thank you.
I would say if you're anyone like me who on Friday drove around for 4 hours trying to find a rapid test, having testing available on our campus is a great service to our students and our staff and our parents and our community.
So I kind of maybe missed the answer to that. So we will have access to those kits for you to do the testing?
MACO will provide them,
Okay.
yes. That's a part of the contract with the state.
Gotcha.
And so that, while there are shortages in some places, they have not been experiencing a shortage of tests.
Okay. All right. Board members, other questions?
Yeah, I just had a question for Dr. Guthrie or Ms. Harrison. With the many discrepancies over mask effectiveness, I was just curious which masks you might recommend or suggest for people to use.
Yeah, so, I think what we've said before and we continue to recommend, is the best mask is a well-fitting mask that someone will wear. And for different people, that's different kind of masks. We do know that medical style masks are more effective than the cloth mask, but the cloth masks still do have some effectiveness if they're multi-layer, if they're worn with a nice tight fit. And I think newer data has come out that the CDC has put on their website that includes information that I wish we had known sooner. I think it would have made masking more tolerable for some people, that it does, even the cloth masks do protect the wearer as well as those around the wearer. So that's been really encouraging information that has come out recently as well.
And I'll just add, I think it's important for parents to understand that we all collaborate with the ABC Science Collaborative out of Duke and UNC with a number of physician guides as well as parents and schools all being involved in different studies across North Carolina. We're lucky in North Carolina we have so many academic institutions to really be able to study this well. And they produced a whole list of frequently asked questions on their website. So if you go to the abcsciencecollaborative.org, You can do masking in schools as a search tool and see a lot of their frequently asked questions that they have studied in different settings, and I think that could be helpful to parents too.
Thank you.
I had another question. So I was just curious, do we know the fatality rate between Omicron compared to the previous things, or to the previous?
I think it's a little soon yet to be able to know that, because Omicron, let's remember, was just really typed in the United States on December 1st of 2021 initially. So we've had just a little over a month, and we have a lot of lagging indicators of hospitalization and death that we won't know for some time. So it's just a little too early to tell.
Okay. And then the only other question I had was just the population, or, affected population numbers that we're including for Granville County. Is that including the prison population, or is that, you know?
It is. It does include all of those who test positive within our county. And I do frequently receive questions about the federal prison in Butner, and when it is appropriate and those numbers change or go up, I share those numbers. Currently, we have 13 inmates in the Butner Correctional Facility positive for COVID-19, and 15 staff members who live in the community in Granville County. And so this is why it's all still considered community spread, is because they're, regardless of where people lay their head down at night, if they are residents of our county, they count in our numbers. And that's true for all counties, including all congregate living facilities.
Other questions?
Yes, I have one. I just, I heard the discussion earlier with regards to some of the guidance on NC Strong School guidance, and I know that's, you all talk that a lot, and we're getting guidance. Tell me again, who's putting that guidance out, for protecting the people around us, that NC Strong, because we do get it on our site.
Yes, ma'am. That comes from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services.
Okay.
So I have a question, but I don't know how to ask it. So please bear with me on this. So we get these reports every month, and obviously we've said numerous times we're not medical people. That's why we rely on you guys to report. Then we kind of get hammered from the public saying that you guys are wrong and we're wrong. And what is an effective way to combat where these numbers should be merging? Does that even make sense as a question?
I do hear what you're saying, and it is an interesting part of this pandemic that we're managing so many different information sources and so many different affiliations with what we want to be true. And I hear a lot of those same complaints and those same issues around masking or around being curious about the effectiveness of vaccines, about figuring out the science behind a lot of the data that we're sharing, about hearing updates from CDC in response to changes in this virus. It's hard. Humans don't like this much change, no matter what you do for an occupation and what your scientific backgrounds are. It's a lot of change we're all managing. And at this point, we're all also very, very tired. And we want our kids to get back to a sense of normalcy. I hear the pleas in the parents' voices about, really just wanting to have school activities and connection points again and see smiles. I understand that very clearly. I have a 13-year-old myself. And so I really, want to understand better what some of these challenges are, along with your board, and validate people's concerns. And yet we've got to build trust across, each other's ability to understand the different sources of information. So I appreciate the questions you all have asked tonight. I appreciate your asking the source of NC Strong Schools, the source of the data that we have. I produce a weekly update every Friday that people are welcome to sign up for. And that goes out in constant contact email, and many of you already receive that. If you go to our website at gvph.org, and go to our COVID-19 information page at the bottom. You can sign up for our weekly emails and updates that give a lot more background and information to where the data come from, what the sources are. And I think it's just important that you trust that we are on the phone every week with a number of medical directors and epidemiologists at the state level who are really looking into all of the information with a different level of understanding than most people have. And we're really fortunate that we have such really incredible, hardworking, smart people in North Carolina who are good at epidemiology, who are good at medicine. Durham is the city of medicine. And has a mask mandate for the whole city. So, we're trying to be reasonable and connect with what people are really needing for us to do to keep them safe, and also explain things well. But it's tough. So, Dr. Guthrie, anything you want to add to that?
No, I agree. It's tough, and I think it becomes tougher because the data we have changes, the virus mutates, which changes the characteristics of the virus. So, 1 week it's not affecting children as much, the next week it's affecting children more. I know it makes it seem that often we're giving out incorrect information, and it's just that we're constantly giving you as up-to-date information as possible as things change, as we get new research studies that are bigger and give us more accurate information. So, yeah, it's hard for everybody right now, for sure.
Mr. Richardson,
Yes, ma'am.
I sort of share your frustration with that, and I appreciate the fact that, parents care about the kids, we all do, and everybody is tired of masking. But I just decided, thank you, Health Department, for what you do, and thank you, nurses. But I said to myself, I'm going to look at what the nation is doing. And if you look at the top hospitals in our country, Johns Hopkins, Mayo Clinic, Cleveland Clinic, and then in our own state, the Duke system, UNC Chapel Hill. I went on all those sites. I don't see anybody recommending that we don't do the masking for this time being because of the Omicron virus, the number of cases, the overrun in the hospitals. I just can't see making a change at this point in time. And I don't mean to get too personal, but Wednesday afternoon, I have to go to the Duke Eye Clinic. When I walk in, I'm going to have that mask on, or any other doctor's office that I know of. So I just want the kids to be safe as we can possibly make them for a little bit longer. Hopefully it will go away, or either we'll get it a little bit more manageable. But that's sort of my thoughts on it.
And I just want to add to that as well. I know it's hard. It is hard. And, we had what we called here a month or so ago, mental health awareness. I know that there are mental issues that our young folks are going through. The parents, they said it, and it's true. I can tell, and I've had parents to say that, yes. But, when you look at it and you have to decide, okay, we're looking at this and this, what is the best decision? Now, we do have folks come and they are talking about the mental issues with the mask wearing, but then you have parents that says, you keep that mask on and don't take it off no matter what. And they have come in and told the teacher. My mom said, so here you go. Some decisions have to be made, and I wish I could make everyone happy, but I tell you, when it gets down to it, and now they're saying that children are picking it up more so, now than ever before. And that is true. I've had grandchildren that have brought it home and had my son and wife quarantined. Right now in Virginia, my children, daughter, and family are quarantined. And it's just, hey, you have to make decisions, and we're trying to do what's best for everyone. And hey, it has hit home on my side quite a bit. But here, I'm trying to do what's in the best interest. And you have to do it for, you have to do what's in the best interest, not just for, okay, mine don't have to wear it, but if yours don't have to wear a mask, and this person over here, you know, they're saying, keep your mask on. You're saying to make it optional? And how do you tell the children in school it's optional? You can, you can't. Stay away from, you know, it's hard. I'm just saying, you know, very hard decision to make. And we'll have to do what we feel in the best interest of our children. And adults as well. But right now with the school system, yes.
Dr. Houlihan?
Yeah, the biggest challenge to some of us is that there are so many variables that are a part of this decision that we make. And some of them are, some of that is misinformation, some of that is a personal belief, and it's just, I mean, it's just really intriguing how all this has come out. Let me just mention a few things. One, we hear that 80 to 100% of people with COVID in ICUs across the country, you hear doctors say, are unvaccinated. That's said repeatedly. But at the same time, we hear that this strain is not as serious. It's more like the flu. And if somebody's in ICU, that isn't as serious as it used to be in terms of ventilators and all those kind of things. What do we do, or, I mean, what's the answer, Lisa, about vaccination, unvaccinated, how serious it is, kids are not that seriously, whatever. I mean, it's like trying to make a decision, a legitimate decision, with all of this stuff that we don't know the answer to. And I'm not sure that anybody does, except our Dr. Harrison. She knows it all.
Not all of it, and that's why I have Dr. Guthrie with me, because she's board certified in preventive medicine and family medicine and went to school even longer than I did. So I hope the combination of the two of us is helpful for your decision making. But certainly you're right, Dr. Houlihan, the misinformation and the just multitude of information we have to filter through is so great that it's overwhelming, and that's part of what's making us all so tired. You know, people in my own family send me messages and questions that I think, oh my gosh, where did you hear that? That can't be true. That's nothing that the scientific literature is saying. And yet it's out there, and even my own family members are sending me, did you hear this? Did you hear that? Did you hear this radio interview? Look at this. Do you believe this doctor or that doctor? Well, I believe Dr. Guthrie because I work with her closely, trust her, and understand where she went to school and how much she knows and how much she sees every day with patients. And I believe and trust our folks in our state level, our state epidemiologist and the ABC Science Collaborative at Duke and UNC. These are close connections to North Carolina that I look at, that I believe, that I trust. And certainly the CDC is not without its own sort of trust issues these days with how they've shared information and how quickly they've shared information, but I do trust the scientists who work at CDC. So I think, you know, it's really important for people to know that vaccines are safe, vaccines are effective against getting people hospitalized and are really preventing death, and that's what we expect of vaccines. We don't expect 100% effectiveness of vaccines from keeping you from getting ill at all, but we do know that people who are vaccinated are less likely to get severe illness and very rarely ever have to go to the hospital, and in those cases usually have some underlying health conditions that need to be looked at differently. So, you know, I've had my vaccines and my booster. My entire family has. My 13-year-old has had her first and second dose and is up for her booster next. And, you know, I know that for a lot of people it tends to be a personal decision, but it's also a community decision. For getting vaccinated, you know, you affect others around you with that decision. So it's important to make that decision carefully. Dr. Guthrie, anything you'd add about that?
No, I am just also glad that we have other better, smarter doctors than me to rely on.
And they all say vaccination is safe and effective. Get vaccinated, get boosted. It saves you and your family members and your community from needing hospitalization and having to overrun those ICUs. It's sad to see how that's happening.
Attorney, I have a legal question to go along with what our health department said. I believe I read that Randolph County and Union County, their board voted to kind of go against quarantining and those kind of things. How are they getting around that when it's in state statute that the health department does that?
So that's a very good question. I don't know how long they'll be able to sustain that and if they still have that in place, but there is a real question from the legality of that as to whether that's sustainable. And I think the reason you haven't seen that in more boards is because their interpretation of the authority is not in agreement with legal counsel for other boards in the state. Yeah.
Because if I remember right, Union was kind of the first one to step out there, then they come back, then they stepped out there again, and so it's just interesting how for the districts that are going mask optional, like how are they managing all of that?
So the mask optional folks, there is a good percent of districts that are mask optional. And some of them are boards that we do participate in at Tharrington Smith in terms of our representation. That's just a decision that they make on a monthly basis. I can give you an example of one board in Lenore County. They ended up moving to mask optional in December, and they established at that time these are the data points that we're going to look at, and we're going to reconvene when they're in place and make a recommendation to the board. Well, they have a special meeting tonight because they've been back in school for 3 days, and the metrics are now indicating of that. So I think they were mask optional for 2 weeks in December, and now they're going to be masked again. So they followed that. Every board is different how they manage that, and whether or not they're seeing cases. I mean, I think the reality is Omicron is everywhere. I think the other big issue is we're now seeing districts, yours included, needing to close schools for personnel on that basis. So yeah, that's been an issue as well.
And there is a difference between where the authority lies for setting the mask rules, correct, and where the authority lies for quarantine rules.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, we have no authority from a school district perspective on the length of a quarantine or how students quarantine. That's not in the authority of the district. The district does have the authority to choose whether or not masks are mandated or not. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
I
ma'am.
have one more question. Several months ago, Ms. Harrison and Dr. Guthrie, you guys talked about a school in San Francisco that had an extraordinarily high vaccination rate and were still masked and had no cases. I was curious, have you continued to follow that school, and do we know where they're at this point in time?
I have not continued to follow that particular example. We are looking at other examples across the nation where it's really interesting that they're just different pockets of community culture around vaccination and masking, and across California. You even see it in NBA basketball games and NFL football games, and the differences with requirements for masking and the difference in cultural norms around masking when you watch those games on television. So it's typical for those in the northeastern part of the United States and the western part of the United States to be very strict around masking and to have both mask mandates and vaccine mandates across communities. In the South, that is not the norm. That's not the cultural norm. That is not something that's tolerated as well. So we have a lot more flexibility and independence. But that also is affecting the numbers of people severely ill and in hospitals. And it'll be interesting to follow those data over time. I'm glad to bring you some examples the next time we meet of other school systems and outbreak-related information. I do expect the ABC Science Collaborative to have data and information around mask-mandated schools and outbreaks and clusters in those mask-mandated schools versus mask-optional schools, and they have a very significant difference in clusters and outbreaks. And I think it's just going to unfortunately take time to collect those data with Omicron specifically, since we've only had Omicron with us for a month those data just aren't released and analyzed yet.
Board members, any more questions? Yes.
I have a question about quarantining. If we were mask optional right now with what's going on with Omicron, what difference or how much more do you think we would have in numbers for quarantined students and staff?
I can tell you that last week, because we just pulled this data today, we had 448 students in quarantine, and that was, and obviously we only had 3 days of school last week. That was because of exposure outside of school. This currently, as of today, because I also have a little bit of live data, we have proof that my nurses never stopped working. This number has gone up while we have been standing here at this podium. 316 students in quarantine or isolation, and they are following right now that 5 and 5 guidance, right? So that's cut that quarantine and isolation in half. However, if we did not have an exception for mask on mask exposure, that number would be enormous, because we are able to say those students weren't exposed because both students were wearing their mask. If both students aren't wearing their mask, then that would count as an exposure, and the number would, I don't even.
So it would possibly mushroom, so to speak.
It would what?
Sort of mushroom, I mean.
It would, I don't know the right math word. I'm just going to say.
Yeah.
Exponential.
Thank you, Dr. Guthrie. Yes, that's the word I was trying to remember off the top of my head. I was a science teacher. I'm very excited to hear everybody talking about science all the time these days. I feel like nobody used to talk about science. I love it. Exponential was the word that I couldn't think of.
And I want to just add that it's important that the board keep in mind that these smaller time frames for quarantine are really only available to us with masking.
Yes, and test to stay is only available to us if we require masking. If we go mask optional, we do not have the shortened quarantine option, and we do not have the test to stay option.
Why are we not doing the antibody testing to potentially shorten quarantine or whatever?
I'll let our.
The CDC and the state removed the exception for a positive antibody test from the need to quarantine with the latest round of information. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we've seen a lot of people who have had Delta variant are still susceptible to Omicron. So it's sort of an Omicron, very, very directly related to that phenomena that we've seen.
I have a quick question back to the count that you was just telling me about with regards to the quarantining within the county.
Yes, ma'am.
And when they come back off that quarantining, how do they get back? I mean, you just say that, and then they come back, or they have to get tested?
So the guidance changed on Friday, and that new guidance is what Dr. Guthrie and Ms. Harrison just shared with you. So last week, we were operating under some different guidance that did not require a test. Now there is a test to stay option, and if families choose that test to stay option, they will have to test on day 1 after exposure and day 5 after exposure in order to have that opportunity. Is that correct, Dr. Guthrie? Did I say that correctly? If they were exposed. I want to make sure I got this right. I'm learning this today. We spent like 4 hours this morning making sure we had it straight.
Yes, for the test to stay option to work, people have to test.
Now, a family might say, we choose not to test, in which case they would use the guidance that we had from last week, which is what the CDC gave us over the holiday break, which is 5 days of quarantine at home and then return on day 6 with the strict masking. Did I get that right? Am I passing my test?
You're passing. Flying colors.
Can
We
I-
still prefer they get a test at 5 days
Yes.
either way, but it's not required if you do your 5 days at home.
And this will be the first time, if people are doing the test to stay, that we have required a test result to return to school for students. Many families have graciously provided them because they wanted us to know and wanted to know for themselves, but it has not been required up to now.
You may already be doing this, a flow chart,
We have-
chart, something would be great.
A 2-page letter that we wrote today that we're getting translated to all families. Symptoms, exposure, positive test, what to do.
Perfect. Okay. Board members, any more questions for the health department? Don't want to stop you from asking, but also don't want them to have to be on any longer than we need them. All right. Ladies, thank you so much for your help tonight. We
Thank you.
appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. We appreciate the partnership. It's important.
Thank you. We'll be calling tomorrow to make sure
Thank you.
our letter looks right.
All right. You want to continue your report?
Yes, sir. We can skip the next few slides because Granville Mass Public Health kindly covered that for us, but we will look at our COVID dashboard. This is last week, and again, our nurses have been working while we have been standing up here, and now the total number of cases from last week for students is 92. So as you can see, a big impact from Omicron as we return from Christmas break. And again, a big uptick in the number of staff cases and number of students and staff in quarantine or isolation. And you see that total number of staff days absent, and you received notification last week that we did have to close West Oxford Elementary because of a shortage of instructional staff. 16 out of their 27 instructional staff were out on Friday. And it's just very difficult to have schools safely with that many folks out. There were more staff out than that. That's 16 out of 27 instructional staff. There were more staff out than that. But again, we want very much to have school. We want very much to have face-to-face instruction. We do believe it's very important for our students' mental health and their education. This was an extraordinary circumstance, and we certainly are keeping our eyes on numbers in other schools. Nothing has been this dramatic yet, but it's certainly, as folks were coming back from the holiday break, the numbers of staff members that were exposed, tested positive, or were isolating because of symptoms was quite large, and the same is true for our students. Next slide. So you can see our staff impact over time. Obviously, last week is our highest number of days absent for staff. It is our highest number of staff in quarantine or isolation. It is not our highest number of positive tests for staff, but is in the top numbers since we've been tracking. Next slide. And our student impact as well. This last week we had, again, it says 86, but since I've been up here, it's gone up to 92. That is our highest week of positive tests among students, and definitely our highest number of students that have been quarantined. Now, again, they are doing a shortened quarantine, so many of those students are back in school this week, but they are following that strict masking that Dr. Guthrie and Ms. Harrison were talking about. Next slide. Oh, that's the last one? All right. So that is all for our pandemic action report this evening.
Board members, any questions for Ms. Curtis or our nurse? All right. Thank you, ladies. If you'll stay close by just in case. Board members, we're now at item 8.06, masking. As per Senate Bill 644, Section 10, the board has to take up the issue of masking monthly, and so that's where we're at now. Ms. Curtis, if you can go over kind of where we are with that at the moment.
Yes, sir. Actually, if you want to, then let's skip to the end, the last slide first, so we can remember our most recent action. We currently require all children and adults to wear face coverings when they're indoors in Granville County Public Schools. We also provide a process for requesting an accommodation for students and staff. We are requiring, as a part of a federal order, that people wear face coverings on school buses, vans, and other school vehicles. We allow students to remove cloth face coverings outdoors when they're at least 6 feet apart. And then you have approved that we adjust these policies when we get to community spread of moderate or low for 7 consecutive days. And at that point, masks would become optional for vaccinated students and vaccinated staff indoors. It would be optional for all students and staff outdoors. We would require masks just for ease of monitoring students during class changes, arrival, dismissal, and other transitions during the day, and continue masking indoors during high-risk activities like athletics, band, and chorus. We would still require visitors to wear masks, and If our metrics went back up, as they are right now, then we would return to our existing protocols above. You want to go back now to slide 2? We came to you in November with this information from Strong Schools about when schools should consider lifting their mask requirements. So again, you acted on this and added that trigger. There are currently 31 districts that are totally mask optional according to the North Carolina School Boards Association. There are 7 that, like you, have made them optional, but with some stipulations in terms of who can wear them or with this metric, that kind of thing. And then there are still 77 districts that require masks in the state of North Carolina. Next slide. You asked for some data from this fall about mask optional versus mask required. So this is some data that I was provided and I've shared with you from the ABC Science Collaborative. This is 3 districts who began the year as mask optional and then switched to mask required when they saw case numbers and quarantines kind of preventing students from staying in school. I'm going to pull up mine so I can see mine. There are 2 districts that are similarly sized to Granville County schools. So just for comparison's sake, the first district at the top and then the district at the bottom were between 5,000 and 10,000 students, and we have about 7,000 students in Granville County schools. The district in the middle was a larger district with between 15,000 and 30,000 students. Now, these districts, again, started the year as mask optional. So that, if you look at, let's just look at the first district. So that's the one that's above the first black line, okay? So a couple of definitions for you. Primary spread is cases that were acquired within the community, okay? So I was exposed to mom at home, or I went to my friend's house and my friend tested positive, I was exposed to my friend. Secondary spread is my infection was acquired within the school setting, okay? So when this first district at the top, which again is similar size of Granville County, had optional masking, they had 104 students that caught COVID in the community and 16 students that caught COVID within the school setting, okay? Once they required masking, even though cases within the community continued to rise because of Delta, their secondary transmission went down. They only had 3 cases. And this was, so they had those, they were mask optional for 2 weeks. So that first line, optional masking, 2 weeks. Then for the next 10 weeks, so 224 cases acquired in the community, only 3 cases over 10 weeks acquired within the school, okay? So then looking at the middle row, that's your kind of larger school district. Again, for the first 3 weeks of school, they were mask optional. They had 525 cases that their students acquired in the community, 89 acquired within the school, and then they were mask required for 9 weeks, and they had, again, students, 510 cases acquired within the community, only 34 acquired within the school. Similar pattern with the third district, saw their number of secondary infections, so those that spread within the school, go down drastically once they went to mask required. Next slide. So this data shows the difference between student quarantines in districts when they switch from mask optional to mask required. Again, primary spread cases are cases that are acquired in the community. Secondary cases are cases that are acquired from in-school exposure. Okay, next slide. For comparison's sake, during that same time period, the entire time we were mask required, we had 385 primary spread cases and 21 secondary spread cases. In our review of our data from the fall with Dr. Smith from ABC Science, he noted that our data put us in the top 20% in the nation in slowing the spread of COVID within our schools. So the recommendation for this evening is to continue our current policy because we're still at high community spread. We would follow the policies we've been following throughout the school year, but maintaining that trigger of when we get to moderate or low, considering, or not considering, when we get to moderate or low, that's a trigger to release our, or that's a trigger to, been up here for a long time now. That's a trigger to begin to relax some of these requirements for some of our students.
All right. So board members, this does come to you as an action item. What would be the pleasure of the board? I'd like to entertain a motion.
Motion to continue the existing protocols for club-based voting.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Dr. McKnight. We have a second by Mr. Peace to continue our protocols as stated. What discussion do you have?
I take issue with the make masks optional for vaccinated only students and vaccinated staff indoors. After it's low, moderate to low for 7 consecutive days. Like the fact that we're only allowing that to the vaccinated individuals, I have kind of an issue. I have an issue with that.
Okay.
I apologize. In there, I did not put the last part, which was when we get to low for an extended period, it's optional for everyone. I apologize. That was in what you approved before, but I didn't get on my slide, so I apologize for that. That isn't what you approved before. When we get to low for extended period, it's
So
optional for everyone.
So what should it read?
We just need to add that bullet. When it's moderate to low, it's optional for vaccinated. When it's low, then we go down to optional for all. So it's not a different thing, it's just an added.
Right, but I guess my issue is vaccinated and unvaccinated people can transmit it the same amount. So the fact that even in a moderate, you're still allowing vaccinated people to be unmasked and unvaccinated not to be unmasked it just doesn't make sense to me logically.
To piggyback with that question is, if we're doing vaccinated, is that saying 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, or what is that?
What you are eligible for. What you are eligible for.
Okay.
That differs by age.
Do you want to make a substitute motion, or are you just stating kind of your thought?
I would just, if we were to adjust it to that whenever it becomes moderate or low, to just make masks optional for all individuals, I would prefer that.
So if that was in the form of a motion, it would be a motion to amend.
Okay.
Or to amend the motion on the floor to make that change, and then we'd vote on the amendment, whether the majority of the board approves that amendment.
Okay. Is that what?
Was that not a part of the motion we made originally that said when it reached a certain level it would change?
Yeah, yes, that's what.
Isn't that what you're saying?
It is, but I think what she's saying is that she feels, and correct me if I'm wrong, that once we get to moderate or low, that everybody can be masked optional, not just vaccinated individuals, is what she's wanting to amend.
So under your current protocol at the moderate level, if it gets down to moderate level, individuals who have been vaccinated can be mask optional, but people who are unvaccinated cannot be mask optional. When you get to low, under your current protocols, then everybody can be mask optional. Her amendment would be that once we get to moderate or lower, everybody would be mask optional.
Would that change the quarantine protocol if you did that? Where you had some, would it affect everybody the same way?
The quarantine protocol is not impacted by your mask policy?
Well, if we go mask optional, then we would no longer have tests to stay. If we were mask optional, then test to stay would no longer be an option.
But it would still be a 5-day quarantine?
It would be the 5 and 5, yes.
But what if you were I think the clarification is in that middle ground. right now, under your current protocol, some people would be masked and some people would not. So
But
how-
if it's not mask required, test to stay is not allowable. It would just be a straight 5 and 5.
Right, which if we were at moderate and only vaccinated individuals were allowed mask optional, it would still be 5 and 5. We would not be
Yes,
allowed to have
that is
test to
correct.
stay regardless.
So
That
the
is
way it
correct.
stands now, if we get to moderate or low, test to stay goes away no matter what.
Regardless, yeah.
Okay. So you've made a motion to amend.
Yes.
And that amendment is changing the wording that once we're to moderate or low, that all individuals are optional. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All right.
For
Further-
discussion purposes.
All right. Further discussion?
I guess I'm looking at what's there on the screen. The second one right down below what you just highlighted, collect vaccination verification. You just said with this option, it's a 5-day, and you don't have to collect. I mean, because I asked that earlier about how do we check when they come back?
Well, that's if they've been I think you were asking, do we collect verification of a positive test result?
Yeah, that's what that, collect vaccination verification.
So this would be verifying if they are vaccinated, which we do now in the case of like of an exposure. We ask the family to provide proof of vaccination if they say they're vaccinated. This would be collecting it from everyone, so we would know whether or not a student could have their mask off at
So the
at
ones
moderate
that
level.
hadn't been vaccinated would be quarantined, the ones that had been? I mean, it's a little
This is about
confusing.
wearing masks, not about the quarantine.
Okay.
So this is, if we decide that masks should be optional for vaccinated students and staff, then we would need people that are vaccinated to show us proof of vaccination so they could remove their mask.
But if Ms. LeBrec's amendment passes, then that would go away. We wouldn't need verification. If,
When it talks with the masking and then the quarantine part of it, for the first 5 days, if someone is exposed, it's 5 days of quarantine. And then the next 5 days would be having to wear the mask correctly and consistently for the next 5 days at school. So that's part of where the masking comes in with quarantine. And also for our people that are positive, they isolate at home for 5 days and come back day 6 through 10 correctly and consistently wearing their mask. So that's where masking and those days of coming back. Did that, I don't know if that answered some questions.
You're right, thank you, I forgot.
Well, and just to verify too, whenever we're collecting vaccination records, that is for nurse purposes only. Their
Yes.
teachers do not have access to
ma'am.
any of that information.
No, ma'am. When we have a student, for example, who's exposed to someone, parent or whoever that may be, the first thing when I get that call, if I make a call to the parent, I'm asking, have they been vaccinated? Have they had COVID in the last 90 days? I start the conversation that way. And I also give guidance to those families because sometimes the families may not have quite heard from their health department or their doctors. So we provide services more than just our students. We support the family and giving guidance on that. But no one else gets that information. And the parents can let us know, oh yes, they had their vaccines this time, and we can give guidance as to whether they should or should not quarantine off of that.
Right. I just want to make sure that this wording doesn't lend the thought to any teachers being able to take things upon themselves.
Yes. No, it's not for the teachers, no ma'am.
Well, in order for teachers to know which students could remove their masks or not under this plan, we would have to have a list, but it would not say vaccinated or not say vaccinated. It would just say can remove masks, cannot remove masks, because some families may say, as Ms. Anderson said earlier, you're going to wear your mask no matter what. So will just be can remove mask, cannot remove mask in this.
Right, but you're talking about mask optional. That's not concurrent with vaccination status. That's just your parents said, you have to wear your mask, whatever.
The one question that I have, let me get this in, is that understanding that nurses you need, how are you going to be able to do this, to make this change and keep up with the information that you need to keep up with as it relates to who's vaccinated and who's not? That's a question.
We have discussed that as a nursing team and talked about having families, either like,
Well, my question is, can you do it? You have the staff to do it as a nurse?
well, our schools already collect vaccination information. That's something that our schools do already. So that would not necessarily just fall on our nurse. Our families already present vaccine verification, health assessments, and that kind of thing to our school offices. That's maintained in confidential student files. That's something that we already do as a part of our everyday processes.
And this process is not going to add to nor take away from that process?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about that then. We just said that nurses were the only ones that get that.
Our families submit stuff to the office. Since we do not have a nurse at every school, that information is frequently received by a receptionist or a bookkeeper or someone like that. It's maintained in their student's cumulative record.
Are they trained to handle that information?
All of our staff are trained on how the confidentiality of student records, of course.
Do you have
And
a question?
our cumulative folders are maintained in a locked room.
No, I mean, just listening to it, it sounds like a bit of a mess to try to police and keep on top of it. Wouldn't it just make more sense to just say mask optional for everybody when we get low?
Well,
So
I think that's what her
the
amendment is.
amendment, that's the amendment that's out there. I
At
think
moderate, not low.
and that's really all that's up for
I
discussion
think
right
we've
now.
kind of gone in multiple directions here.
Well, it seems to me that it's going to either get worse or better. It won't stay the same. If it gets a lot better, so be it, wonderful. If it gets worse, obviously, we would have to rethink something anyway.
If I could get us back to the motion that needs to be approved is not whether you substantively agree or disagree with the change. It's just, or with the underlying motion. You just need to vote at this point as to whether you're in agreement with changing the motion to reflect that everybody goes optional once we get to moderate, and as part of the motion. And then we'll get the vote on the full motion. So if we can limit discussion to just that item, and once we're ready to make that decision, vote on that first.
Okay. Any further thing about the amendment to the motion? All right, if you're ready to vote, we'll do a roll call as has been our practice for this topic.
Mr. Richardson, I heard a couple people state it differently, so could you state it
Okay.
just to make sure everybody's clear?
The amendment to the motion, again, correct me if I'm wrong, is we're following this with the exception of that first bullet would be changed, that everyone would be masked optional when we reach moderate or low.
Vaccination status is irrelevant as to whether
That would mean that we would not need the second bullet or the third.
Yeah.
It would eliminate bullets 2 and 3.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, if you're ready to vote, Ms. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Dr. McKnight,
I'm gonna say yeah, only because it's a nightmare to police.
all right, Mr. Peace,
No.
Ms. LeBrecq,
Yes.
Dr. Houlihan,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So the new motion on the floor is the way this reads, with the change of that first bullet point being that when we reach moderate or low, masks are optional for all individuals. So that motion's on the floor. It's been amended. Dr. McKnight made the original, Mr. Peace made the second. Is there any discussion around this action?
And I know you haven't stated 7 consecutive days, but that's the case.
Yes. It's part of,
Moderate.
yeah, it's there
Yeah.
on that fourth bullet. Okay. No further discussion, and if you're ready to vote. All right, So approving the motion as you see it there in front of you with that one change we amended. Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Anderson?
Yeah.
Dr. McKnight?
Yes.
Mr. Peace?
Yes.
Did you say yes, sir?
Yes.
Ms. LeBrecq?
Yes.
Dr. Houlihan?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That would be unanimous, so our masking stays with this with the change. All right. Any further items related to masking?
None for me.
All right. At this time, board, it is 9:09. We're going to take a 10-minute break. And please do keep it to 10 minutes because as you can see, there's still lots more to come. We're in break. Policy updates. This is the second set of updates, if you remember correctly. This does come to you as a first read. You have two options tonight. You can let this stay as a first read, ask any kind of questions or clarifying remarks to the staff who has reviewed these, or you can waive that second read and go ahead and act on it.
Excuse me.
Bless you. See,
Ms.
y'all gonna give me
Richardson.
life.
Make sure everybody hears it.
Yes, ma'am.
On policy, 5210, is that something we,
And those were some of the things, Jeff, when we went to the schools as well. The question about staffing is what was asked. And also, I did go to some of the northern area schools. And some of those questions were asked as well. So, interesting information. I'm just, really going through and, staffing is one of the major items here. So,
Okay.
yes.
Dr. McKnight?
Similar to what they were saying about staffing, one of the things that really came up, because we did visit Northern Granville Middle School, was what type of model would be used with the sixth grade. Are we looking at doing a teaming model like traditional middle school, or if there are not enough sixth graders back at the elementary and you can't do a team, then we'd be looking at some type of self-contained model where sixth grade looks like fifth grade. And one of the big concerns from staff that they had is they wanted enough notice from HR so that they could make decisions if this wasn't what they wanted, or they were concerned that in order to make this work, some folk would have to be shuffled around. And we had some people who lived in Virginia who drove to the northern end of the county, and they were afraid that they could possibly be shuffled into the southern end of the county, and they didn't want to make that long commute, which I totally understand. So that's a big piece. What is this going to look like, and how much notice can we give them? They don't want to wait until the summertime and then find out whatever, and then they don't have time to make a decision on their own. And also building the vacancies in the building. Once you take the sixth grade out of the middle school and it's just seventh and eighth grade left in there, it would leave a huge portion of the building not being used. And the building's already under enrolled, so something to consider.
Okay. Mr. Peace?
Yes, sir. Excuse me, yes, sir. Some of the things that I was concerned about, that the staff was concerned about, number one, in the southern, or in the northern end, they talked about space in elementary schools for sixth grade. And the other had some discussion about the staff and where they would go, when they would know if they were going to be able to stay where they were or move to another location. And one of the biggest things was the offerings of electives and sports, what we were going to do with those if you, because we're talking about doing all the elementary schools, and obviously each school wouldn't have enough people to have a, softball, football, and all that kinds of teams. So, and that was a concern of mine. And the other thing that they were concerned about was the not only the electives, but how it would change the academics if you put sixth grade into the elementary schools. Those were the things that was really concerning to me that they voiced. And one of the things that I did, Mr. Chairman, I might as well just mention this while I'm at it, is that in listening to the tours, I spent a lot of time over the holidays coming up with a proposal to try to address where we are with this. And at the end of this process, I'd like to present that.
Okay. Ms. LeBrecq?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing kind of going and listening, a lot of it had to do with timeline and really just making sure that we're not trying to rush into anything as far as, you know, making hasty decisions and taking the time to make sure that we're making the right decisions regarding all of this, and then giving the teachers enough time to prepare and make sure that they're well equipped, which means that if we are going to do it for this coming school year, the next coming school year, I mean, we're going to have to make very fast decisions. So that was kind of the biggest thing for me, was really the timing.
Okay. Dr. O'Brien?
Yeah, I went to an elementary and to a middle school, and the number one thing was 6th grade. Is it going to be here? Is it going to be there? How's that going to affect our school? And that kind of thing. And there really wasn't a lot of talk in either place about anything else. You know, not about what we were doing anywhere else. It was that 6th grade that, and Dr. McLean, you were there. That's the 6th grade that's the concern. So, but I do want to mention of this information. The thing that would be interesting to know is, let's say the cost to shuttle kids for athletics. How much of that was already being used for such programs? In other words, maybe none, but let's say we got $25,000 there in the first go round. Of that $25,000, how much was being used anyway for shuttling kids here or there? Or, you know what I'm getting at. And I mean, I think that would really help us. And like the staffing on the back that's so expensive, you know, that you've got X number of positions. Well, how many do they currently have in terms of X number of positions that, in working with 6th graders, that would affect maybe the ADM of the school they're coming from, that kind of thing. So this is good data, but we need to just need to be really tighten it up to make sure that we get a figure that really does reflect, and frankly, that we can make a decision on.
All right.
Mr. Richardson, I do want to add that at the high school at Webb in particular, they were concerned about so much being talked about South Granville and Granville Central and centralizing some courses. They were concerned a little bit about, I think, equity and making sure they weren't left out of the equation of things that needed to be done to help their school. So my response basically was, well, that's the kind of thing we really are going to be looking at, is what we can do at all of our high schools. But they were concerned about that. And also, it came up, EC programs in both schools came up too.
Okay, other thoughts or? All right, so again, this is kind of presented to you that we need to make some decisions, but it sounds like Mr. Peace would like to talk a little bit kind of around answering some of the things I guess we've kind of talked about.
Absolutely, sir. I appreciate your indulgence for a few minutes. Let me go through this. I have a presentation that I'd just like to say before I do that I started doing this over the holidays, so I hope everyone has had a blessed and happy holiday this year. And 2022 should be the year this board makes decision that gets us to a permanent solution to what we started about 4 years ago with reorganization and consolidation. And I put together a 3-step process that I believe could be a permanent solution to the problem we are facing today. And I will go through the process. There's a slide presentation on the screen. For the overview, and this would be a permanent solution as far as permanent solutions in school system go. Do what is best for students. This would impact the fewest families possible. It will provide stability for our communities. It will save money, and it will address the issues of G.C. Hawley Middle School. Under step 1, we have an action and an impact. And it says effective with the 2022-23 school year, close Creedmoor Elementary School. Reassign all current Creedmoor Elementary Middle School students to Mount Energy or possibly Tar River. Add the arts to either one of these schools that the students might go to. I think at Mount Energy they have a arts program, a program that the arts would fit into, and Tar River also. And the impact this would have, reassign will impact 310 students. That's the number of students in K-5 at Creedmoor Elementary. The furthest transfer school, Tar River, is only 7 miles from Creedmoor Elementary, because of the minimal impact of additional travel time. And this would save the Board of Ed nearly $850K each year. Under step 2, under the action, we would keep all elementary schools K-5, undo the previous Board of Ed decision. Designate Wilton Elementary as a K-6 choice school for families from 6th grade who would not have access to athletic, band, or elective. In other words, if students that chose to go to Wilton in the 6th grade would forfeit all of those activities that they have now, or would have at Hawley. The impact on this, it avoids costs associated with changing to K-6 district-wide. It would address some of the concerns raised by staff on the listening tour. Will still provide families with the option for a K-6 choice. It would maintain the current academic service at G.C. Hawley. That would, we have the band, the electives, CTE, athletics, all of those things would continue to have, the 6th grade would continue to have access to. On step 3, action would be plan beginning for the relocation of G.C. Hawley Middle to Creedmoor. Target date would be the 23-24 school year. And basically this says that the Creedmoor Elementary School would move at the end of this school year, and the next school year, which would be 23-24, would be when the students would move from Hawley into the campus at Creedmoor Elementary. After relocating, keep the current G.C. Hawley campus for future growth needs, and you could, do several things with it, like lease, rent, or partner with the community and municipalities for possible win-win uses. Do not sell at campus. And one of the things that I thought about as we did with this campus formed a committee that looked at what it could be used for once the students was out. This would address the facility concerns at current G.C. Hawley campus. It will locate the school less than 1 mile away. We could use possibly state capital outlay funds to renovate, upfit the campus for a middle school, and would preserve the legacy of the G.C. Hawley property and ownership by the board. And the next page, just some additional information that talks about the capacity of these schools. And I won't go through that. We can all look at that. And on the following page, you have I have a targeted date calendar. Okay, for number one, for the 22-23 school year, it will be the closing Creedmoor Elementary and reassigning students to Mount Energy at Tar River. The 22-23 school year will designate Wilton as a K-6 choice school. If there were students that wanted to stay at Stay 6, or families, parents that want to keep the children in a K-6 elementary school. The target date for moving G.C. Hawley to Creedmoor would be the 24-25 school year. And the other is just a mixed use of community partnership with Hawley campus, that kind of thing. In summary, which is the last page, I think this move would be best for students academically. It would disrupt fewest numbers of families. It would also address the Hawley issue. It would save the district some $8,400 annually, $850,000 annually. And it would provide stability for our community and our educators. One of the things that I might add is that I've been paying a lot of attention to, and I'm sure you all have too, is the number of turnover and vacancies we have. And more than that, the reason that I see a lot of people leaving is to leave because they don't feel like they have any stability in our system. And I think if we start looking at what we can do on a permanent basis, it would not only give our employees that we have left the opportunity to feel like they could have some stability in how long they would want to work for us. And that was a real concern I have for trying to put something together that I felt like staff and administration could get their arms around, and it would be a permanent situation for us as a district. I'm not particularly asking for a motion, and I'm not going to make one that asks you to approve it. I'm going to ask you to give it some thought. Ask questions, and at the next board meeting, scheduled board meeting, I would think, we don't have a work session planned this month.
Not at this moment.
Okay. To come back and pick it apart, poke at it, do whatever we knew to try and get it to where I feel like this year needs to be the year that we make some decisions and move forward. Decisions that we can afford and that the administration can handle. Maybe there isn't any questions, I don't know.
Board members, with what Mr. Peace has brought to you, what initial questions do you have?
Mr. Peace, what would you propose to use as far as athletic fields for the middle school if it were to be at the Creedmoor campus?
We would use the Pauley campus and or South Granville if they had, I mean, students could walk from here to that campus, really. The other thing that I thought about had to do with electives. I mean, 8th graders could probably do some electives over there.
Did we ever have any type of figures on what it would cost to convert Creedmoor to a middle school?
We did that initially.
We did a couple years
It was 6 million, I think, maybe. Don't quote me on that. We had an initial figure, but I don't know that if it was done by an architect. Does anybody else remember?
It was a couple years
I don't remember what it was.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah, it was a while. I'll get it.
All right. Other questions or conversation?
Well, just seeing this for the first time, I definitely would say that it's, worth reviewing, taking into consideration what this, and like you said, I don't remember I know there was a Creedmoor study, but I don't recall the figures on that either. And the other thing dealing with this as well as us dealing with the one we have here with all of the costs, these breakdowns as well. We have had our community to say several times now about us moving forward on something and not getting the community's input. You know what I'm saying? We had taken Creedmoor off the table, just like we had taken the other school off the table. Next thing, we closing it down when we did that to South Granville, and we saw the pushback we received on that. I think we would have the same issue here, having had that study. It wasn't voted on, it was taken off the table, and now we have it back here on this again. And I've heard them say, and we just had young lady to say here this evening about this town hall. I really, the thing is, if we want to work as a community for the school system, we need to work as a whole community. And I don't want them to feel you out there, didn't ask us anything, here we go again, and didn't get our feedback. And it takes the community, if they would come out and provide their input and lay out some other things that we could work together and discuss these things versus them finding out, in the newspaper, they're shutting down South Granville, and they what, and you see what I'm saying? I don't think we are working together with the community, with the parents, with like the young lady said this evening, working together, having discussions with them so they feel like they're part of it, or at least they were listened to, as we make these decisions here.
I would definitely be a proponent of, even though we've done a hearing, if we were to explore this and maybe even as we went back to the temporary solution that Ms. LeBrecq posted or posed, did we get enough input? And maybe I'm gun shy because I was the one front and center that got all that mess at South Granville, so.
Well,
Chair.
go ahead. The thought that before you close the school, you had to have a community forum. Well, we've had one that was centered around the schools over there. But it's been been a while. So the question is, do we do another one? And one of the things that I'm not making one of the reasons I'm not making a motion to do anything with this tonight is because we need to have an opportunity for people to think about it and know what the proposal is in order to make it better or, whatever it needs to be. But one of the things that concerned me too with this, and I didn't mention it, is under the proposal that was to move all the kids from Hawley to Butler Middle or South Granville. And, we had a whole lot of concern, input about moving high school kids from South Granville to Granville Central. And this would be a longer move for some of those schools, middle school children, if they went to Buttonstem Middle, as opposed to if you closed it and had to send them, So we got two things that were concerned to me, was the loss of what the sixth graders was going to get if they went to a middle school, if they went to K-6 without the electives and band and all those things that they can do there. And the other was the distance they would have to travel to get to school, 6th, 7th, 8th grade. I mean, those were two of the things that I was really concerned about. And in trying to do what I put together, when we make decisions, we have to consider what it does to the administration, because they're the ones that has to carry out whatever we decide to do. And I don't think Dr. McLean will sit over there and say, I can't do that job, because there was some times when we were making decisions, I was like, I wonder what she would say, because the bottom line is, it's whatever we decide to do, she's going to be responsible for carrying it out. And my hope is that whatever we do, that's taken into consideration. Now, you'll notice I didn't do any high school stuff in this proposal, simply because there are stuff on the table that could possibly get worked out when it comes to the high schools. And I don't want to put any more demands on the staff around those issues, because there wasn't a time limit put on what could happen at the high schools.
Dr. O'Hulahan?
Yeah, first, Mr. Peace, I've been a supporter of Hawley and all of what to do with the school and Tar River and so forth. The thing I think, and I was also one who was supported closing Creedmoor Elementary, but we have made our decision for now. We have done that. We have gone through what and back. And for us to go in a different direction at this point, I think would be a mistake, because it would be, once again, well, here they go. They're going one way here and one way the other. We made a decision. We made a decision that some of us held our nose and said yes, but we made a decision knowing that there is no good solution. And we are where we are. I think it's where we need to be as a temporary solution, whatever that means in terms of where the board goes with this. But to close Creedmoor at this point, to have to go through all that's involved at this point in the year, to talk about redoing the school, which I would love to see done, but money-wise and all that's involved, I just think that if we change where we're going right now, we are making a big mistake. One, because of public perception. Two, because the board can't make a decision and stay with it. And 3, because I just think it puts the teachers and a lot of people, faculty members, up in the air again. And if you heard anything during the listening tours, it was basically, please leave us alone. Please make a decision and please leave us alone. So once again, Mr. Peace, you know I've been supportive. I think that this may be something good down the road, whatever that means, but I just feel if we ever changed our mind right now, we would, you get my point.
Well, this won't be the first time that we disagree with Dr. Houlihan. And
Nor
probably
the
won't be the last one. But I happen to think that giving the community an opportunity to hear this and talk about it, think about it, and you know, the last time we got so much pushback from making a decision, we changed it. And you know, and you probably heard me say this before, that I think once we make a decision, we ought to stick to it, because we should have done all the homework before we made it. And I still think that given the opportunity for people to, community-wise, staff-wise, to hear another proposal, they're going to do one or two things. They're going to like it or not. And, you know, based on our discussions in the past, when people don't like what we say, they certainly let us know.
Okay. Board members, other comments? Okay, so this is kind of where we're at. Originally, we began this conversation with needing to provide direction for the staff. Sounds like Mr. Peace is asking you to take a look at this and us have that discussion. What is the pleasure of the board? Do we give staff direction tonight? Do we schedule an extra meeting? Do we come back in February ready to talk about this? What is your pleasure?
I believe that our vote to do what we have moving forward was 7-0. I think all of us voted to do the plan, and therefore I think that we just should not move forward with anything until we stick with what was the decision we made.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then we need to give staff some direction on what they're to do. Are we starting this next year like we anticipated? Are we, they need some direction?
Mr. Richardson, it would seem to me that when we have that hearing for closing Hawley, if there is support for something different, we might hear from community at that point. Because that's got to happen.
I would agree. My only thought, I agree. Mm-hmm. My thought, though, is dealing with just this temporary solution. We get the first draft of the Hawley study. Are we scheduled still to get that at the beginning of February?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
February.
So then we get the second draft at the earliest, say 2 weeks after that, but more than likely a little bit later. We got to do if we choose to do the public hearing. That puts us into March. Does March give you enough time to do this?
We are actually, it is time for our choice fair. We typically do our choice fair early February, mid-February at the latest, and for schools to be able to prepare for the choice fair of what they're offering next year. Mm-hmm. We just need to sort of know to what degree, even if it isn't full throttle, that some of this is going to take effect. We really need to know answers to questions of if it is impartial, are you going to have certain programs? Are we going to offer things just to certain degrees when it comes to electives? But some of the things that bubbled up on the listening tour, if we're going to have sixth graders on the elementary level, we know that that conversation sort of was asked at those schools, and people wanted to know. So we just need direction so that we can move along. It's registration season, and it's time for parents to make choices. And the other thing, and teachers as well.
Ms. Chair, just real, Dr. McLean, would it be an option or an idea to consider that you, in terms of sixth grade implementation, that you give us perhaps 3 options to consider, and to have you and your staff provide what you can and cannot do, that kind of thing? I mean, we wouldn't have thought about the choice thing because we're not into the weeds that much. But the point I'm making is we're moving forward. If you and your staff can give us what's the options we need to consider to move forward.
Yeah, I kind of like that idea of like having basically like 3 packages, if you will, of like what you guys would suggest, and then that way we can choose. You know what I mean? Kind of which path.
So by package, are you meaning sixth graders at elementary schools and every elementary school gets band is package 1. Package 2 is
just, I mean, I
something
don't know that we need to like get, like, I feel like you know the answers to those questions and we don't. So I feel like
we do, because
yeah.
some of it is quite simple when you're taking, you know, from a situation where we have one band director right now and we're spreading it across how many elementary schools. Now, I can turn that into a package, but the reality is, from a standpoint of vacancies and hiring and competition, we can take the next few weeks and do that and position ourselves where, and I'm happy to bring that back. But I do think it's something that we need to maybe just really think through. If there's anything at all you want me to really throw in there, we can do that. But our staff really needs to, we've got to get a move on, because we have normally in the past already marketed by now, and the choice fair is out there and folk are registering to come. And we aren't there. So I mean, we can bring that back to our next meeting, and I'm happy to do so, but if there are some pieces you're thinking, if you can sort of send that to us, we can get it in there. So that's why I say this is general, this is very general, but even putting packages together, they're costs.
Right.
Mr.
I have a
Chair,
question. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, honestly, I feel like we've kind of missed the window to do this in 22-23. And maybe if this is something we're going to pursue, that maybe we need to look at the 23-24 school year. It's just too many unknown variables right now. I mean, because in order to do this choice package, you also have to figure out how many sixth graders are going to be at each elementary school, so then you can figure out staffing. And then you've already heard a lot of the sixth grade teachers and stuff say, we need some heads up, because if this is not what we want to do, I need enough time to do something else or make other decisions. And it's just like, this is running really fast, and I'm afraid what would happen if we tried to push this through and do it in the fall is we would start the fall school year with not enough sixth grade teachers in place.
Yeah.
Because those who want to stay in a traditional middle school model, if they can't get that here, they're going down the street where they pay a little bit more to do what it is that they want to do, which is the traditional middle school model. And I'm just thinking, I don't think we can prepare for this upcoming school year.
We're 4 months behind from our last deadline we set ourselves.
Well, you know, the proposal that I made, it's only involved doing one thing for next school year, really. And it's to move the kids from Creedmoor Elementary to another elementary. That's all. after doing that, you know, you can talk about, if we do sixth grade at all the elementary schools, what you gonna do for all of those students that are in the fifth grade now, planning to go, looking forward to going to Holly and play sports and be in a band and do electives that they, you know, that's a whole different program. What are you gonna do with them? We cannot afford to have a program like that at every elementary school in the county and buy them uniform for band and, you know, music director and all that stuff. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out a way to move to a permanent place. And it's like Dr. McKnight talked about, people, employees, staff need to know what we're going to do as soon as we can possibly know that. And with this plan that I put forward, they can know that in 30 days. That's all I'm saying.
Other thoughts or? I feel like we're back to the, what's our decision?
No, we're not.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Dr. McLean.
Typically, this sort of information is known to staff in November of each year so that we can prepare registration documents. And we just sort of know for marketing purposes, the audience, keeping in mind our parents, our students, schools can prepare for the next year. And this year was just a little challenging. That's all. And we eventually came to a decision. The difference now is, without knowing some of those intricate details, it's very difficult for schools to say, hey, this is what we're offering. And so without knowing that in the next couple of days, literally days, it's really hard to compete with our competitors with regard to the choice fair and say, welcome, come on in, and let us show you what we're going to be all about next school year. And so when I put on my parent hat, what I need to know about my baby for next year, right now we aren't ready to show people. And as a student, if I'm looking, no one is ready to really say what we're ready to offer. And so that's a challenge for us. And I'm not saying to slow the gravy train, but I am saying when we do step out, we need to do so with our very best foot forward. And so it would, to me, would be an opportunity for us to really think through some of the things that I know we have information on now and ask when it comes even to our educators. Yeah. What they said to us was, I need to know so that I can make good decisions about my life. And if I could beckon you, I don't want to lose another educator because we're just not ready to make those decisions yet. So for whatever my 2 cents worth is, if we are just not prepared yet for that, then let's just get prepared for next year. Just not right now. Not for the upcoming year, because we've sort of, like you said, we've missed that. Yeah. We've missed that window. And I'm okay, because if we're not going to do it well, then I'd rather not do it. I don't want us to be behind and lag and lose people because we were behind. I'd rather us do it well. But that is honestly just my observation.
So hearing this, can I make a suggestion? That perhaps if we are getting our Holly closure study February, is that what we're saying?
Yes, sir.
February?
Yes, sir.
And we would get the final draft by the end of February. Could we schedule a work session in March around the Holly issue, around making some of these decisions, not for the next school year, but the following school year? And at that point, if you're having any other conversations about Mr. Peace's thing or any of these other things that you need more information about, we come and we spend that entire work session focused on that. Would that be a fair assessment of where I feel like we are?
I think that's fair. Whatever we do, I just think next school year, it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, you're right. I agree.
Okay, so what I'm suggesting someone needs to do is then we need to make a motion to state that, because in previous motions, if I'm correct, Ms. LeBrec's temporary motion or temporary solution had this going into effect next school year. And then we need to communicate that to our educators and community that we're taking the year to work out the details, if that's what you so desire to do as a board. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Was there an action on the part of the board on the temporary solution
Yes.
for next school year?
Yes.
Yes.
So we would have to
You'd have to
rescind
have
that?
you'd have to do a motion, I believe it's a motion for reconsideration. Give me just a second. There's two different.
I thought reconsideration was
Yeah.
if you were doing it in the same meeting. In other words, that X was passed and then to reconsider. But the fact
Yeah.
that these are two very distinct board meetings, I think we can pretty much do whatever we want.
Well, you have to rescind your prior action. So I think you need a motion to rescind your
And then-
previous action. Yeah. So you're right, it wouldn't be a motion for reconsideration, but it would be a motion to rescind prior board action. That would be the temporary solution that had been adopted at the previous meeting.
We have,
Okay, so if that is what you're wanting to do, it needs to be done in two parts, it sounds like. You do a motion to rescind that previous board action, and then we would have a motion to take action for the following school year.
but do we need to rescind the motion because because we didn't really put into that motion, I don't think, that it would begin next year. We did?
Yes, we did. The only way that we can not do what the board has said they were going to do for the 22, 23 school year is to rescind the motion if we are not going to do that. And based on what I'm hearing, we are, number one, we're not ready to do it. And number two, there are some other things we can consider, like my proposal. That's a fact. Am I right, attorney?
So there's rescind, there's motion to amend something previously adopted, and there's the motion for reconsideration. Let's go this route. Let's take the motion to amend something previously adopted. I think that's the simplest route. So we would need a motion to amend the temporary plan to convert all elementary schools to K-6 for the 2022-2023 school year, to move that to the 23-24 school year.
I'll make that motion.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. LeBrec. Do we have a second?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So the motion is two parts, really. One is to rescind.
To amend.
One is to amend.
Yeah.
And what was the second part of it?
So it's really all in one, you're just
All in one.
amending it to the 23-24 year.
So you're amending the motion that was previously adopted and changing that to reflect a one-year delay.
So, I mean, I understand that part of it, but I don't get the part where we are going to be trying to decide then what we can't decide now. And that is what we're gonna do with the elementary schools when the sixth grade get there. And how we're going to deal with that. So we're putting that off for another year, right? Is that what this motion does? Right?
But to take action, yeah, for it to take effect, you're putting it off a year. But you're right, you still have to make some of these decisions of what that's gonna look like.
It was actually in the motion.
Did we get a sec? Well, I'll second that motion.
So your original motion, before you second, sir, was to make all elementary schools district-wide grades K through 6, beginning with the 22-23 school year, including the establishment of a sixth grade intramural sports within the district. That was the first part. The second had to do with creating the concept of the enhancement hub for Granville Central, and that would be determined by the administration. So there was nothing said on that. So essentially, the decision is made about sports currently. The decision is not made about arts, those kind of things. So we're back to, we have a motion to amend prior board action that I just read from the temporary solution. The amendment would be changing it to the 23-24 school year. We have a motion by Ms. LeBrecq. Did you want a second? A second by Dr. Houlihan. Now, is there discussion?
Are you ready for discussion, you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't know if this, since this is not going to be done next school year, is the discussion, my discussion has to do with how and what it's going to cost to make the changes that's going to have to be made for that to happen when it happens. That has to do with the things that we've talked about. That has to do with band, electives, athletics. Now, I know there's a section in there that talks about athletics, but it don't have any details on how it's going to get accomplished. And I think that's going to put stuff on the administration that I'm not sure that they are going to be able to do.
Do we have a second on the motion?
We do, Dr. Houlihan did.
So, Mr. Peace, I think what you're suggesting is that you may want to make a different motion. I think what you're concerned about, I mean, right now, the board has taken action and informed the community that sixth graders will be moved to the elementary school level beginning next year. If you would prefer that the board rescind that action and come back in 30 days' time, or however long it is, to reconsider that, then that would be a different motion altogether. But I think we need to have action on the motion on the floor first. Right.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion on this motion to amend?
So the motion, just question, so the motion on the floor right now is just to amend the current, what we had before that was going to go into effect in 22-23 and just move it to the right to 23-24.
Yes,
with
ma'am.
everything, okay. Oh, okay, I understand that. And then that brings up the question of actually what Mr. Peace was saying with regards to all of these things we talked about tonight, with these costs and everything, that although we have those costs and the staffing and all of that, I would say that if we're going to amend this to the 23-24, I would say with additional I don't know if I would call it additional details or information based on this paper that we received tonight with the breakdown of the middle schools and the athletic shuttles and all of that. You know, you pull cost and everything to that, but again, I would still say, yes, let's go with the 23-24, but, you know, just finalize, you know, looking at this again with regards to that, because I think there could be something a little bit more solid against this with the staffing and everything than, you know, what we have here.
Okay, Ms. Williams?
Yes, I would totally agree that we need to move to next year. Our staff right now dealing with the variant, and they're covering classes, they're doing unbelievable work, and I think it's just too much. And I agree the parents need to know what to plan for next year. So I think we do have to move that timeline. Now, once we have the hearing at Hawley, and it does not, what we're doing, moving the timeline does not preclude us doing something else later, not to say that we will, but it doesn't preclude it. So I'm very much in favor of moving that timeline. Plus, we have accreditation coming up too.
Oh, walk in the park, right?
Just mention it.
And the pandemic.
Maybe they'll push it back for COVID. All right. Are there comments, questions, concerns, discussion around this amendment? Okay. If not, if you're ready to vote, let me restate the motion. The motion is to amend previous board action of the temporary solution plan that Ms. LeBrecq presented, and that amendment would be changing it to the school year of 23-24. We have a motion by Ms. LeBrecq and a second by Dr. Houlihan. If you're ready to vote. Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Dr. McKnight?
Yes.
Mr. Peace?
No.
Ms. LeBrecq?
Yes.
Dr. Houlihan?
Yes.
All right. Time being, I vote yes, so this passes 6-1. All right. So this will be an item that we will continue to work through as staff brings us information. And so just what it would be very helpful as you reflect on what you heard during the listening tour, as you've gotten the information from the staff, even Mr. Peace's presentation, that you come ready at our next board meeting to be able to ask any kind of questions of stuff that you need in order to make some of these decisions, knowing you're getting that draft for the Hawley study and the process that will play out for that. So, all right. Our next item is 8.09. This was the item added by pulling off a consent item. That's the global teaching contract. Mr. Perry, would you like to speak to that?
So, I believe Ms. LeBrecq, you had a question in regards to that contract. That is a standard contract that we entered into with one of our partners for securing international teachers to the district. We actually have 3 different companies, and we are working with Global out of Chapel Hill to supply quality teachers in some high staffing areas. So what you see is the contract and the schedule of fees that are associated with each of those teachers.
So yeah, my question was just why the date was from September.
That was the date that the contract was submitted to us from behalf of the company.
Okay.
But we are incurring those fees for those teachers, but it exceeded $100,000. We expect it to be less. So once the invoice came back with more than 100, we have to get approval from the board.
Am I correct that I was reading that these are international teachers?
Yes, sir, they are.
Very good. All right. Any other questions from yours? All right, board members, this comes to you as an action item. What would be the pleasure of the board?
I make a motion, we accept it.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Williams. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Peace. Do we have any further discussion? All right, if you're ready to vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Next item is 8.10. That was also pulled for consent. That is our consolidated medical staffing agreement. Ms. Curtis, would you like to speak to that?
And that was the date, just that we received the contract proposal from the vendor.
Okay. Any further questions, Ms. LeBrecq?
No, motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. LeBrecq to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Have a second by Ms. Anderson. Is there any further discussion? Am I correct, we are getting RNs for that?
Yes.
Registered nurses?
We have been priced for RNs, LPNs, and unlicensed CNAs. Yeah. It's our preference to get RNs. That's what we've asked for, but if we get another level, we will work with what we can get.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, if you're ready to vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item, we're moving into our finance section, is 9.01, our coaching supplement scale. I believe we have Mr. Timberlake and Ms. Day and Mr. Perry are ready to present for this.
Good evening, board members. I'm going to probably turn it over to Mr. Timberlake, but I just did want to mention that this is one of the items that we discussed in the Board of Education Finance Committee meeting. And so we are coming to you with the recommendation and support of the Finance Committee.
Good evening. In light of time, I'll be as concise as I possibly can.
Thank you.
Recently, we had one of our most experienced athletic directors resign. Over the last few years, we've also lost a lot of other experienced athletic directors, whether it's been to other districts or the state. So tonight we're coming to you with a coaching supplement proposal to increase certain areas. The main reason, you can go to the next slide, please, is we want to be competitive with the surrounding school districts in order to recruit and retain quality leadership in athletics. Just like any other department, everybody wants quality leadership. And in order to do that, we found, we compared what we were paying on the supplemental scale to about 4 other school districts surrounding us, and we found there was a wide disparity with the pay with our athletic directors. So tonight, we are recommending or proposing a 20% increase to our high school athletic directors. All other positions that we are recommending, any change to, they will still be on the pay scale, but this was the area we felt like should be a percentage increase. So the first slide, you see what we are currently paying our athletic directors and or coaches. You see our current scale. If you go to the next slide, please. Our proposal came from looking at the difference. Now, you all know we're surrounded by 2 much larger school districts. We can't really compete with that, but we should be competitive with those districts that are similar in size. And we were still somewhat behind or not competitive with those districts. So that's why we got the 20% increase. With that 20% increase, we hopefully at least start competitive and provide some incentive with the years of experience that they said we'll stay on with Granville County because our pay will become even more competitive. So this is the new scale with what we are proposing, and you'll see only grade 9 changes. Next slide, please. The other positions that we are recommending, I won't go through them all for the sake of time because you have that information, but you see right now for our high school, you see what grade they're currently at and what grade we are proposing that they be moved to in each of those areas. Next slide. Again, we did the same thing for the middle school athletic directors. We're proposing not a percentage increase, but a grade level increase, and those are the areas that we're looking at the current scale, what we're currently paying and what we're proposing. I hope you appreciate the fact that we didn't just go through and say, everybody gets a percentage, increase. Not that I don't think they deserve it, because they all do. But in light of trying to, we just compared what each sport, I painfully went through every sport and every coach position that we currently have and did a comparison with those 4 school districts. And this is where we got our proposal from, okay? Next slide. In red, this is just another way of looking at it. In red, high school, it's highlighted the positions, coaching positions that we are recommending any change for. That's the high school. Next slide. And this is the middle school, whether it's a head coach or an assistant coach position. Next slide, please. I won't have them open this up, but if you want to see each comparison, you'll see each position that we recommended, each district, what they're actually paying, and what our recommendation was. So you can compare and look at it yourself in light of protecting those school names, but it's all there if you want to get down to the granular details on that specific link. Okay. Next slide. Okay. At this point, I turn over the money over to Ms. Bifton.
Thank you, Mr. Timberlake. So the total cost of the change based on our current staffing and how many years of experience they have was costed out at about $18,900 as an estimate of what that cost would be. And based on our prior budget, your question may be where would these funds come from this day? So based on what has been budgeted for athletics and what has been budgeted for these supplements, we feel that the majority of that cost can come from within those budgets. We don't know, budget is not the exact science, and we don't know exactly where everybody's going to be on the scale to know how much we're going to pay out. But based on the history of what we've paid out, we feel as if this could be absorbed within our existing athletic budget. That is one of the things, Mr. Timberlake talked about how he took a conservative approach at looking at this. It was everyone worked so hard and deserved so much, but we looked at it as how could we work it within our existing budget, and so this is a cost that can be absorbed within our athletic budget. So next slide. So our recommendation, this proposal was reviewed and supported by the Finance Committee. If any of those board members would like to speak to it, we met on January 4th. And so our recommendation is to approve the proposed changes to the coaching supplement scale, which would be effective January 1st.
All right, board members, any questions? All right, this does come to you as an action item. You see there the recommendation that this came from staff as well as the board finance committee. The action is to approve the proposed changes to the coaching supplement scale effective January 1st, 2022. What would be the pleasure of the board?
I make a motion that we approve the coaches supplement schedule.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Williams. Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. LeBrecq. Do we have any further discussion? All right, seeing none, if you're ready to vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Thank you so much for the work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Day, I believe you have a state budget update for ESSER 3 teacher bonuses.
Yes, sir. Board members, as part of the state budget, there are a lot of provisions within the state budget. And so we are working through that and all of the different provisions that are included in there. But this is one of them. And the state is calling it the ESSER 3 teacher bonus. This was also reviewed with the Finance Committee on that January 4th meeting. This particular bonus says that local education agencies are to pay a one-time lump sum bonus of $1,000 in January, no later than January 31st, to qualifying teachers paid from state funds that are employed as of January 1st, 2022. And the other part of that was that the governing body of each public school shall determine whether a teacher is a qualifying teacher in accordance with the subdivision. And what that meant was, as part of the state budget, it said, next slide, that teachers and instructional support personnel who participate in one or more trainings between March 12, 2020 and January 1st, 2022 that address the mitigation of COVID-19 in public schools, learning loss, COVID-19 related training. So that is why I'm bringing this to you and doing this presentation, is that the board needs to designate what COVID training qualifies for someone to meet this bonus. So as part of the state budget, it defines what a teacher or instructional support is. So that's, I'm not asking that, we're asking for what the qualifying training was. And let me just speak for a second about who the state says is a teacher or instructional support. And so it's teachers, it's certified personnel, it's teachers. Instructional support includes counselors, social workers, people that have a direct instructional relationship to students. And there are specific licensure requirements for who qualifies for those particular positions. Our recommendation, and Ms. Curtis is here if you have additional questions about it, we recommend that this general COVID-19 training that was required of all staff at the beginning of this year, that be the training that qualifies for this bonus. It was very, you want to speak to the training person?
So all staff were required to review some training materials related to COVID mitigation strategies and return to school protocols for students. Back in August, we actually did the same training and tweaked it at the beginning of the 2020-2021 school year. But they reviewed the materials, had to watch the videos about cleaning, sanitation, distancing, the mask wearing, all of that, all of our mitigation strategies, and then they had to take a quiz at the end to verify that they knew and understood the information presented. So we were ready to open school with everybody on the same page about our COVID mitigation protocols.
So as part of this proposal, we're asking that training be designated as what qualifies for getting this bonus. We communicated that with staff. So the deadline was December 31st that they had to complete it. And so staff was required, but if staff started during the year, we didn't want them to miss out on the opportunity. So we have communicated that to try and got principals to look at and see if their staff had completed it and had the results of who had completed this training. Next slide. So one of the things that these funds pay for are state-paid teachers. Well, we have teachers and instructional support that do the same type of jobs but happen to be paid out of other types of funding sources. And so federal funds or local funds, mostly federal funds, pre-K funds, those different type of source of funds. So we have an estimate. When I pulled these numbers, we had 51 positions with a total cost for those particular teachers of $55,000. So our recommendation is, an additional part of the recommendation is that we use ESSER funds to fund those teachers and instructional support. And when I say there's several parts to the state budget that we're still unpacking, there is another bonus that is $300 per teacher or instructional support for state-paid teachers. So our recommendation to follow this, if this is the way the board chooses to go, is that we don't treat teachers or instructional support different based on what funding source their check is coming out of. If they're a teacher or instructional support, we treat them the same based on their job duties. So then, next slide please. We got some information at the end of December about, and this is a lot of information, I don't expect you to read this whole thing, but what this basically said was, well, the allotment that you're going to get to pay for these required bonuses from the state is not going to cover all your, it's probably not going to cover all your cost. So we talked about non-state pay, but then the next slide, please. So as well as it's not going to pay for all, it's going to be about $85,000, $86,000 short of what our cost is going to be. And so our recommendation, again, is that come from ESSER funds, from other funding source. The state has said you can't bank on it, but you might get additional money when reversions happen at the end of the spring. In the spring, we might get some more money to cover this. But for right now, we don't have, we're required to do it, but we don't, they're not allotting the full amount of these funds. So next slide. Our recommendation is really threefold. One is to approve the training, that COVID-19 general COVID-19 training as the required training for teachers and instructional support. Two, to approve the use of ESSER funds for non-state paid teachers and instructional support for the same bonus. And three, to use GCPS ESSER funding to fund unfunded state paid teachers and instructional support for the same bonus.
Okay, do you have questions for Ms. Dave? Kind of looking a little glazed over there. All right, so this does come to you as an action item. You see there that we need to approve, what's being recommended is approve the Granville County Public Schools General COVID-19 training as the required training for teachers and instructional support to receive the state ESSER 3 teacher bonus. Approve to use GCPS ESSER funding to fund non-state paid teachers and instructional support for the same bonus, and approve to use GCPS ESSER funding to fund unfunded state paid teachers and instructional support for the same bonus. You see there the recommendation. What would be the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Mr. Peace. Do we have a second? We have a second by Dr. McKnight. Do you have further questions or discussion? Okay. If you're ready to vote, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed. All right, that passes. Thank you, Ms. Dave. Hey, stay right there. We've got a budget calendar to talk about.
Board members, you have a budget calendar for the timeline for 22-23. It is very similar to the timeline that we've used in the past. I have submitted a draft to the county and got approval that this would go along with the county's budget timeline, would be acceptable for them. Of course, you know, our main parameter is that by law, where the Board of Education is required to submit a budget proposal to the county commissioners by May 15th. And so that meets, this timeline meets that. The one odd thing I would note is that we have yet to approve a budget resolution for the current year because of the lateness of the state budget. So that makes thinking about this a little challenging to me, the next year's budget already. So, but this is just for information, but I'll be glad to take any questions.
Okay. Board members, please make sure you mark your calendars for those so that you're ready for that. Any questions for Ms. Day on those dates? All right, thank you for that. I believe now you have a financial update for COVID funds.
Yes, sir. Board members, you have a financial update on COVID funds as you've received in the past. This is as of November 30th. Again, the first page, this is very similar to what you've seen before, and it is available on the Department of Public Instruction's website, but it gives our total expenditures over the last 3 years when we've had COVID funds available, and then also gives the total allotment, and then the amount, the remaining balance as far as of that allotment. I will point out, the first page is the different types, pots of money that we've received COVID funds in, and they're different. They all have different timelines. They have different expenditures, and some of the allotments are in different processes of, as far as whether we have to still submit a budget, do an application, you know, that kind of thing. But these are the various pots of money received for COVID. And then the next, the following pages is sort of a follow-up to that. There's a chart, but then there's also the expenditures by the type of expenditure. So you can see it by what, it's the object code, but that's kind of the type, what you would generally think of as what did you spend the money on, you know, the actual type of expense. And so you can see the total expenditures that we had spent as of November 30th over the last 3 fiscal years is $4.7 million, and you can see exactly where those have been spent. I'll be glad to take any questions.
Am I correct? This is on Board Docs and DPI's website?
Correct. Correct. And I have included as on the new finance website, we're keeping that up to date. I'm working with Mr. Connors on that, but to have the most up to date on our finance webpage as well.
Okay, perfect. Any questions for Ms. Day on that? All right, thank you for that. All right, our next item is 9.05, our Emergency Connectivity Funds Award. I believe that's Mr. Connor and Ms. Day.
So I realize this is very late in the evening, but I'm very excited to be able to share this with you. And this is not on the slide presentation, but I just want to, in a couple of statements, to explain to you what the Emergency Connectivity Fund is. It's actually a $7.17 billion program that is funded, or was funded, by the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And its goal was to help school districts to be able to support blended and remote learning. And equipment that was eligible for this program included laptop and tablet computers and Wi-Fi hotspots. So this program was managed, or is managed, by USAC, which also manages our E-rate program. And our E-rate program is the program that we come to you every year. That's how we replace our switches and our routers and our infrastructure. The difference in this program was that there was no set allotment for our districts or the schools. With E-rate, we have $1.5 million to spend over a 5-year period. We're allotted that, and as long as we apply within the guidelines, we get it. There was really no guidelines or limit to what we could apply for. Really, the only thing that I was told that I could not do, we could not apply for more devices than we had students and staff. And that was basically the only restriction we had. In other words, I couldn't apply for 25,000 computers, and we only have 7,000 students. So, working very closely with our E-rate consultant, which is New Hope Foundation and John Hughes, we went through, the window opened up in June, very short time limit, very new, never seen anything like this before. So we decided to shoot for as much as we could. So we applied for 7,000 Lenovo 100E Chromebooks. We applied for 500 13-inch MacBook Air laptops for staff. And we applied for 800 Verizon MiFis with 1 year of service. And we based the Verizon MiFis on a survey that was actually done in the district before I got here in February. So we used that survey to provide what we thought we would use and what we could need. So we applied for 7,000 Chromebooks, 500 laptops, and 800 Verizon MiFi devices with 1 year service. And I'm happy to announce, to be honest with you, I'm really quite surprised, but very happy about it, that we were awarded 7,000 Lenovo 100E Chromebooks, 500 MacBook Air laptops, and 800 Verizon MiFis with 1 year broadband service. So we basically received everything that we asked for, which was a pleasant surprise. So just to give you a little information on how this process works, So we will be required to do a purchase order from Granville County Schools. One thing that we are allowed to do with this particular program, just as we are with some parts of E-rate, we will get the Chromebooks and the MiFi devices, and we will use what is called SPI billing, service provider invoicing, where Trafera and Verizon will actually request the full 100% reimbursement from USAC. So technically, we will not have to spend money for it to be reimbursed. Now, we had to apply and get permission. First of all, we had to get the vendor to agree to it, and then we had to get permission from USAC. So Trafera and Verizon agreed, said, yes, we do participate in that program. We will do it. They sent us a letter. We sent it to USAC, and they approved it. Apple does not. They chose not to participate in the SPI bill, and they have that option. So we would have to pay for those, and then we would ask and apply through John Hughes and New Hope would help us apply to get that reimbursed. So I did want to mention a couple of sole source purchases. The MiFis and MacBooks are only available from a sole source. And I will say that the district, the technology department, recommends the MiFis be purchased directly from Verizon without competitive bidding from other service providers, because based on the last year's deployment, we found that the Verizon MiFis were the most reliable and provided the best service in our county. I know that there's T-Mobile and AT&T and others, but we wanted the most reliable, and that's why we chose to go with the Verizon. The district also recommends the MacBooks be purchased directly from Apple, because that is basically a sole source, and I will say that that's what we have now, all of our staff, and we would like to keep that consistent as far as managing, as far as being able to work on them. So that's the reason for the sole source for those two. So the last thing that I did want to mention is that the New Hope Foundation, and the person that we deal with that works with us, our consultant, is John Hughes. This district has worked with him and his foundation, his agency, through all of our E-rate purchases. The one thing that, in full transparency, that we did not do, which we normally do, is we request to get that contract, his 5% contract up front. And we usually have a lot more information. And to be quite honest with you, in full transparency, John did a lot of this work and did a lot of things, and he only gets paid if we are awarded. So he actually did a lot of this work, just like you see people do this, we only get paid if you get paid. So I can say that his services and what he does, not only for E-rate, but this program as well, is very instrumental. A lot of work behind the scenes with the application process, with the research. So I did want to let you know in full transparency that that's the reason we're asking for that now. So the total award for this program, if you all approve this, and I know that Ms. Day is going to talk about this, but the award amount is $2,992,448. $2,992,448. And unlike E-rate, this is 100% reimbursable, not the 85-15 as our E-rate is.
So it's a lot of pieces to this, and we worked closely with Ms. Dubison, our board attorney, to talk about what all the board needed to approve associated with this. So it's our recommendation is the several items. First is it's approving the award, as Ernie mentioned, and then it's approving the purchase of 7,000 Chromebooks, for $2.6 million. And as Ernie said, we won't write a check for that, but we do have to issue a purchase order for $2.6 million. And so I need the board's approval on that before I can do that kind of a purchase order. Approve the purchase of 500 MacBook Air devices from Apple as a sole source purchase of $469,166. Approve the purchase of 800 MiFi devices with broadband service from Verizon as a sole source purchase for $152,448. And approve the contract with the New Hope Technology Foundation for services associated with this grant with a total of $149,624, or that's 5% of the funded award. So those are the several recommendations associated with this, this item, but we'll be glad to take questions.
Okay. Board members, do you have questions?
I do have one question. This is great, and I see that you're working with Verizon, but you know, when we, of course, started the initial pandemic, and you know, a lot of folks with the children, our youth was working remotely, and those that were out in the country could not get any kind of connectivity. Is there going to be anything that Verizon is going to do, or with all of this here, you know, that connectivity, getting a...
And you know, I wish I had a better answer for you, but there are still going to be pockets in our county, just like there are in a lot of our rural counties, that have no service, whether it be Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, or whoever, Sprint or whoever. Unfortunately, at this moment, I don't know of anything that we can do to be able to solve that problem, and it is a huge problem. But the one thing that I did find, and just talking to some of my staff, is that they found that the Verizon units were the ones that seemed to work the best. And we really had some folks that were frustrated in areas that have nothing, and we were worried that if we went with other providers, they would share that same frustration because that provider wouldn't offer the coverage in those areas either, or even in some of the others. So Verizon was our best bet, but there are going to be some situations where, quite honestly, we have no answer for.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, board members, this does come to you as an action item. There are 5 pieces to this. You have those before you dealing with this grant. What would be the pleasure of the board?
I make a motion that we approve all of the 5 steps there as far as the purchase of that. Yes, all of them, and their contract with New Hope Technology Foundation.
Okay. We have a motion by Ms. Anderson. Do we have a second? We have a second by Dr. McKnight. Is there further discussion? All right. Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Connor.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Day, your budget update.
Board members, so this is an update on the budget resolution, the 21-22, and this also was reviewed with the Finance Committee, so I'll kind of go through it quickly, but I just did want to give you an update on where we are with that budget resolution. So the budget resolution is the result of the work done last spring, and based on the amount of money that the county, that we received from the county, as well as the local fund balance appropriated that the board has approved, and in addition to the allotments from the state budget. We, as late as the end of December, received some information from the state on budget. Next slide. As well as the state mandated, what we've talked a lot about, state mandated salary and benefit increases. One of the things I just wanted to take a few minutes to talk about tonight were our restart schools, because not only does that have a big impact on those particular schools, but it really has a big impact on our whole budgeting for this year because of those and the way that budget works. So I just wanted to talk about that for a minute. So again, the budget resolution is a work in progress. Next slide. So our local, this is just a reminder, and this, you've heard this number already one time tonight because Mr. Smith during the audit presentation, referred to the amount of fund balance appropriated, but this is a reminder of how much the board has approved of fund balance to be appropriated, to be included in that budget resolution. So it's a total of $860,518, made up of the funding, the difference in the amount of funding that we received versus how much we needed for salary and benefit increases the last 2 years, 2021 and 21-22, as well as the carryover that we've had for several years of fund balance appropriated of the $257,516. The next slide shows, okay, so with that 860, where will we be with fund balance? And so this is the estimated fund balance as of June 30th, 2022, assuming to use all of the fund balance appropriated. And I say assuming to use and estimated because we try very hard not to use any more fund balance than we have to. So if we try to save those funds, those local funds, if we can. But were we to use every dollar that was budgeted, that's where you would be with total fund balance. And again, this is, you saw that earlier with the audit presentation, it's 9.16%. So then jumping subjects to talk about Restart for a minute. The Restart funding is a change in the funding, and it's effective for the fiscal year when the Restart model begins. So it's effective this year. DPI sets a minimum amount per ADM that must be transferred into a Restart PRC for that school. And the school system can select from which PRCs the money is transferred from. The expenditures for the school go into that PRC, but we can also select which allotments go into that PRC. Again, and this was mentioned as well earlier tonight, this is not new money. It's our existing allotments, and that's why I say it is a big effect on our total budget, because not only does that money have to pay for those Restart schools, but we have to balance the rest of our budget, continue to balance the rest of our budget outside of that Restart budget. So, next slide. This is just to show you kind of how it works. So, those 4 Restart schools, West Oxford Elementary School, Creedmoor Elementary School, Butnerston Middle School, and Northern Granville Middle School, their ADM for this year total, all 4 schools together, is $1,630. So the per ADM is $6,281.13. So the state says you need to put $10.2 million into the Restart budget. And so where does that money come from? The next slide. So that has to come from our existing allotments. So that is the decision in the budgeting process to make sure that we're using our money the best that we can and maximizing the use of those state allotments to be as strategic about that as possible of where that $10 million comes from. But also use those funds. Those funds have to be used for those 4 Restart schools. There are no other expenditures that are allowable out of those Restart funding. So next slide, that is to be used first and foremost for salaries and benefits for all of their employees. So right now, I guess it's sort of a change in mindset, because when our current budget, the way it's set up is our classroom teachers are paid out of the classroom teacher allotment. Our teacher assistants are paid out of the teacher assistant allotment. They're paid out of those different pots of money. For Restart, everything for that school is paid out of that one funding source. So that's just a total shift in the way that budget works. Next slide. So I'll be glad to take questions. That was a quick overview. I'm trying to, because of the time, but
board members, we are also asking Ms. Day during our February work session, we are going to spend some time on Restart schools, and she's going to give you a little more in-depth of how this is working and all that. But any questions tonight, Ms.
I
Williams?
just had a quick question about the ADM, the 6281.13. Is that what is being the ADM for all students, or is it different for this group?
that is the amount that the state has said for restart. So they specifically say for restart, but I think it's a good rule of thumb for thinking about our allotments in general, you know, that we receive it. But again, every other allotment is not received like that, because we get, you know, the teacher positions, and we get the, the reason I won't 100% answer that question is because I'm thinking, you know, it might depend on like how we're spending our teacher allotment, our positions, and whether we're getting more for that than, you know, the average, or you know, so I think it's a good rule of thumb.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Day.
Thank you.
Board members, we're at the point now that we need to go into closed session. I would entertain a motion that we adjourn to closed session in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 143, 318.11A6, A3, A5, and Section 115C, 321 for personnel and attorney-client privilege. Do we have someone to make that motion?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. LeBrecq and a second by Mr. Peace. Is there any further discussion? All right. If you're ready to vote, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay. We're now in closed. Board members, we're back in open session. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion that we approve the certified and classified personnel exhibits as presented. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. LeBrecq and a second by Mr. Peace. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, if you're ready to vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Board members, on your agenda there, you have upcoming dates. The very next one is tomorrow at 4 o'clock. We do have winter graduation at central office. It's at 4 o'clock. You would need to be there earlier. Your academic regalia is there waiting for you if you're participating. Keep in mind we're going through COVID protocols, so masking and those kind of things. Did that answer your question, Ms. Williams? All right. You also see the other items there dealing with Martin Luther King holiday and what the human relations are doing. We will meet back here February 7th for our next regular board meeting. Madam Superintendent, do you have anything further? Board members, do you have anything further?
I have a motion to adjourn.
All right, we have a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Second.
Wait, do we need to approve the personnel report?
We already did.
Oh, we did that. Sorry.
We did that.
All right, so we have a motion to adjourn by Mr. Peace, a second by Ms. LeBrecq. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, we are adjourned.